I have no idea what happened with the transition, but we are not gonna complain. We are gonna carry on. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. It's lovely having you all today here. Thank you so much for coming. Before we begin, I have a few housekeeping announcements that I really want to cover. I will be bringing up these announcements later down the line. But I have some very exciting projects planned because of the fact that I have reached affiliate. Literally, like 2 hours before the start of this stream, I got an email from Twitch, and Twitch was like, "Congratulations, you're affiliate." And I was like, "Oh shit." So I am now a Twitch affiliate, which is absolutely exciting. Like, so exciting. Obviously, I have to go through the paperwork and all that fun stuff, you know, all the boring behind the scenes, businessy kind of stuff, the legal documents. But other than that, I finally reached affiliate. So you guys will be seeing a bunch of updates to the channel. This could be like emojis I'm planning on adding, like emotes I'm planning on adding. I'm planning on adding a bunch of like reaction stuff, channel points I'm planning on instating. So yeah, all of that good stuff, all of that really lovely, fun, interactive stuff. But moreover, I am planning a party on Twitch, a nice little game night. I'm inviting a couple people to come join. If you are interested, if you are one of my fellow streamer friends, feel free to reach out to me via Twitch or Twitter. Twitter, not Twitch. Reach out via Twitter. So yeah, because honestly, I couldn't have done this without a bunch of my streamer friends who have supported me and taken me under their wing, to teach me kind of their tips and tricks, and moreover to just encourage their community to hang out with me and kind of rating my channel, hyping up my streams when I go live, being like, "Hey, this person's really cool," inviting me to stream alongside them, all of that fun stuff. I literally, I know that a handful of you are watching this in archive land. Thank you. Truly, thank you. I couldn't have done this without you. But more importantly, I couldn't have done it without all of you who are watching here and the now, who are here live, who are tuning in and hanging out. My lurkers, you all come in clutch for me, I swear. And I couldn't be more grateful. So thank you all so much for supporting me. I couldn't ask for better shopties. Like, I couldn't do it. You guys are the best. So yeah. Thank you. It's amazing. It feels good. I feel like I'm finally achieving a dream that I've wanted to have for a very long time, because I've always wanted to entertain people. I think I've set on this dream, like, what was it? 15 years ago was when I decided I wanted to entertain people, and in some way, shape, or form, I hadn't decided what. And originally it was video essays and stuff like that. And now it's streaming. So this has been 15, this is the first big, massive milestone in the 15 years I've been trying for this project. Obviously not all of those 15 years have been on Twitch. But it's amazing. It's wonderful. Thank you, Nox. Thank you. Truly. You also help a lot. Like, I swear, every time I interact with you on Twitter, someone new comes and joins my stream. I swear, every single time. You have helped me a lot too. I don't even question it. I've only met you like recently, and you have helped me so much, and you're also just really sweet. Like, chilling in your streams when you go live in the morning is honestly a godsend. You're like the best person to chill with when I'm drinking coffee. But thank you. No, I'm planning on getting an Uno reverse card emote in my chat. Just a little teaser for you all. I'm planning on doing that. So yeah, we're playing Assassin's Creed Origins today, on another note. Good game, good game. This is what we're doing. So you guys get to hear me gush about ancient Egypt, Kemet. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a great time. I did not restock my arrows before I left. I'm happy to have met you too. Honestly, like you're so sweet. You make me happy. You have encouraged me so much. And for no reason. Like you have nobody has any reason to be like, ah, Ramses, that's the person I want to hang out with. Because I like to think I'm pretty mid as a person. Like I'm a good person, I like to think, but like I don't think that I'm like too terribly special. I just think I'm kind of like run of the mill guy, you know what I mean? But I try my best to be someone who holds true to their morals and helps others as best as I can, and that, I guess that's enough. And I'm kind of happy about that because I do my best, but I don't really like think about it as much. Oh, these are priests. Fun fact. Leopard skin. Although they shouldn't necessarily... I don't like that all of them are wearing leopard skins. That's not quite right, but we'll vibe with it. Alright, let's climb up here. Can I... Huh. There it is. A few hundred meters northwest of the Temple of Sekhmet in Yamu, which resides by Lake Meriotis, there is a great place to go for a date, full of palm trees and surrounded by desert. Oh, I leveled up. One rock fence was built and closed off with no exit. Find me there. Oh. Can I just like... This, I feel like I'm gonna hurt myself if I... Can I... No! No! Oh! He just went, you know what? I'll jump, which is not what we needed. It's a look. It's definitely a look. I mean, now that I've realized where we are, like this is a temple for Sekhmet, that makes a lot of sense. 'Cause where's the music coming from? Where's the music coming from? Where's this music coming from? Neat Menehet. I will later. I'm exploring. But no, now that I know this is a temple for Sekhmet, that makes a lot more sense because Sekhmet, if you don't know, Sekhmet is a, big cat. What big cat is debated? Sometimes she's depicted as a lioness. Other times she's depicted as a leopard. I like to think she's a lioness. She gives me lioness vibes. So I'm gonna say she's a lioness. But that only makes it a little weirder, because then... Why are they wearing jaguar pelts? Oh, that's so cute. I love that. Good cat. Good cat. Yeah, no, that makes less sense, though, that they're wearing this is the lowest poly fruit I have ever seen. Look at those polygons. But no, that would make less sense for them to be wearing leopard or jaguar pelts because they would be wearing lion pelts. If you don't know, so here's a little bit of culture backstory for y'all. In Kemet, or ancient Egypt, what you would do is if you were worshiping a deity or you worked with a deity, you would emulate that deity's sacred animal. And so long, you could kill that animal if you decided to, so long as like one of three things, as long as three things were met, not one of, all three things were met. One, you used all parts of the animal and were very conservative about it. Two, you did not harm the overall larger population. And three, you did not do it on sacred land. So like for example, jackals are sacred to Anubis, also known as the golden wolf, although it's believed that there was a totally different species of like jackal that used to live in Kemet that had black fur, but is now probably extinct. That's the current hypothesis. Because if you've ever seen a golden jackal, it looks nothing like Anubis, but they don't even have black fur. They have like they have gold fur. Like but anyway, so let's take jackals for instance. If the jackal wasn't hurting you and the jackal was on sacred land, you could not kill it. If the jackal was in the wild and you needed food and also needed pelts, then you'd be okay to kill it. That's kind of like the whole shtick of it, so you had to be very conservative about it. But if you were a priest of Anubis, it's kind of like required that at some point in time you would inherit a pelt from another priest, or you would kill a jackal for its pelt, to emulate the jackal for the god that you were trying to represent. So that's kind of like a little bit of backstory. So, but that makes me wonder, why do they have jaguar pelts then, if they're priests for Sekhmet? Because this isn't like, some people might argue this is Bastet. It's not Bastet. It's Sekhmet. That's Sekhmet because she has the sun disk. And the only other, because the story goes that Sekhmet, who's goddess of war and hatred, was transformed into Hathor, goddess of love and passion, and and she kept, the only thing to tell her to be the same person, like the only thing that kind of was the telltale sign that this was still Sekhmet, like that Hathor was Sekhmet, even after she married Horus, was the sun disk. And Sekhmet is a lion for the most part. Also, that's Horus. Anyway, Sekhmet was a lion, and Bastet is just a cat. Bastet is just your domesticated cat. So like, specifically like the Egyptian Mao cat. Like
I've not seen my husband since yesterday.
Oh, have you?
Help me find him. Give me your aid. I order you.
I don't like you.
Medjay, help me. I will pay you.
What do you need?
Last night, my dear husband Claudius took a boat out to see the ruins across the lake. He has not returned.
Oh.
None of these brutes honor a wife's pain. I beg you.
I will seek him out.
Do be quick. I will await you here.
Yeah, historical inaccuracy rage. To be honest though, I can't blame them. Like I can't blame the people who made this, because one, I'm gonna be honest, we're learning new stuff about, like, modern day people are learning new stuff about Kemet literally every day. New artifacts are always being unearthed, and that paint things in a new light. Like, for example, 20 years ago, we did not know that, here's a fun pride fact. Ooh.
Follow my wives to the field of reeds.
Oh.
Have you seen my book of the dead?
Oh,
in your
the
tavern,
cutscene.
I went all the way to Memphis to buy it.
No. How was it lost?
Bandits. They came from the dunes nearby. When their leader saw how I cared for the book,
I could tell you all about the Book of the Dead, so I'm gonna do that in a minute.
I can help. I do not fear them.
I have been praying for someone like you. That book will unite me with my wife's spirit.
There you are, Father. We are going home.
But this Medjay is helping me.
Oh, yes? You are going to find his book? If by some miracle you do, thank you.
Okay. So, I was talking about stuff being unearthed.
You hear where the bandits meant to go?
Oh my gosh, stop talking. I don't want to talk over you.
The leader told the others to meet him
At
at
the
the
necropolis.
I think.
We live nearby.
I am not going home until I...
Father, the book is gone.
Oh, I am so glad, Nox. Yeah, feel free to be learned while I share this information. I love talking about this topic because it's a topic that a lot of people find interesting. and find relaxing to hear about, but not a lot of people actually are in the know. Meanwhile, this is like quite literally my culture. So like this is quite literally the entire. Oh, I forgot that we have the unicamel equipped. Oh, this is quite literally like I actually practice a lot of the traditions of Kemet as part of my own like background and whatnot. But so I know a lot about it just as a practitioner. Yeah, the unicamel. No, okay, so last time I was streaming, Frozen decided that he wanted to send everyone in his server to come bother me in stream, which I didn't mind. I thought it was fun. And they all voted for the unicamel as the mount. So that's what we got going on right now. It was very sweet of him. But I'm gonna talk about the my knowledge is like 3 a.m. History Channel insomnia binges. Oh, totally fair. Totally fair. Let's go explore this. We like exploring areas. So okay, I was talking about facts. So here's a cool LGBTQ thing. A little bit for Pride Month. Happy Pride Month, everybody. But if you didn't know, it was like less than 20 years ago that we found the first ever gay tomb. Some people will call them brothers because of course they will, the heteronormative brain. But it's a pair of guys who are buried and they were aides to the pharaoh Hatshepsut. And if you don't know, Hatshepsut is a very famous pharaoh. She ruled Kemet after a period of like downfall. And to kind of illustrate kind of how Kemet views women, she kind of like came into power because her husband died essentially, and she had a son. And when the son was old enough, he was like, hey, maybe I should like take over. And she was like, nah. And everybody was like, okay, that sounds fine. They kind of were just chill about it. There wasn't really any conflict over it. They kind of were like, yeah, this seems fine. This doesn't seem like a problem. And that's just kind of how women were viewed. They were kind of viewed like they were capable. They weren't really viewed as like less than or anything. Unlike how in a lot of other societies they are viewed, unfortunately. They were viewed in a very like progressive light. So if you didn't know, that's a fun fact about the roles of women in ancient Egypt. Oh. Yeah, it's very, very progressive. It's kind of interesting how progressive it is compared to the modern day, especially since at the time, Kemet was seen as like this boon of knowledge. Oh boy. So Kemet is seen as this like boon of knowledge of the time. To the point where a lot of people viewed that their opinions were just innately right because of the fact that it was a boon, they've had the first libraries. Kemet had the first like studies of what is now known to be chemistry, what was then known to be alchemy. They were said to be proficient in magic. Like it was just, they had medicine that otherwise would not have been conceivable for the era. So it having a woman rule and then rule successfully, because she definitely like she improved trade. She did a lot of cool things. Hatshepsut is an incredible leader. Research her when you have the time. I cannot like recommend her story enough. She is powerful as all hell, and one of the reasons why she is viewed in the belief system of the modern day practitioners to be one of the like many sages. So she is like revered. It's really cool. But yeah, so she had 2 servants, right? To add on to how amazing Hatshepsut was, she had 2 servants. And these 2 servants where these two guys, they were really chill dudes apparently, but they would serve her, they would help clean her, because, you know, she was a ruler, so she, you know, wouldn't clean herself because she was royal. They would help cut her hair because it was believed that the body of the pharaoh and their, like, kin were so heavily imbued with magic that they essentially, if parts of their hair or blood, fingernail clippings, any of that got into the wrong hands, then they could be used in magical spells that would inevitably cause the doom of the pharaoh, which was very bad. But these two guys would essentially tend to her and help her with her, you know, general stuff. They would guard her, they would protect her, they would make food for her. They were essentially her, like, right hands. Well, normally with these, people originally thought that maybe Hatshepsut was, like, you know, in love with them. Maybe those were her consorts. But then they figured out that if that was the case, they would have been buried with her. But they weren't buried with her. They were instead put into a whole separate tomb, that was kind of in the same tomb complex, but wasn't the same tomb. And on the wall of this tomb, they depicted these two guys essentially touching noses. And this essentially is a Kemetic kiss. So in Kemet, they wouldn't kiss with their mouths, they would kiss with their noses. So they would kind of like touch noses. And, sorry, I was like, got distracted for a second. They would touch noses, which was essentially like a way of showing affection. And they were like, oh, maybe these two were brothers. Maybe these two were twins, because of course they couldn't accept the idea that they were gay. And so they originally, because the bodies weren't there, it was just the tomb. If I'm remembering correctly, the actual bodies weren't there. But they thought, oh, maybe they were conjoined twins. Well, conjoined twins don't really have a history of surviving, and they wouldn't really be employed by the pharaoh for the sheer reason that, like, conjoined twins don't live long in ancient times. I don't know how else to say that. Like, they just didn't live very long. And on top of that, they weren't usually very capable. They usually came with a lot of other, like, disabilities. And because medicine was what it was, we didn't have, like, penicillin. Like, there was no penicillin at the time. So there was no way to treat, like, infections or, like, stuff like that. So it's very likely that they weren't conjoined. And it was very unlikely that they were twins just by their names, because their names were completely different. Their names were written on a Book of the Dead that was on the wall. And their names were not the same at all, because usually names of siblings tend to be related to each other and tend to have, like, one part of the name that is the same. And so it was decided, the common consensus is, oh, this was a pair of lovers. So Hatshepsut went, yeah, I like you two. You can be my gay best friends, essentially, is what she said. And I just think that's really cool. And that stuff was stuff we didn't find out until recently. So it was only recently that the modern day started to kind of, like, understand the progressive viewpoint of people at that time. Obviously, over time, as Rome started to encroach on Kemet, things started to get a little bit more bigoted, for lack of a better term. Which is to be expected by entire countries that would eventually fall to beliefs that are innately bigoted. But otherwise, like, their homosexuality, the women power, all of that stuff was pretty commonplace in Kemet and very well praised. Polyamory was also very common, and these are things that we didn't fully understand until recently. So it's kind of interesting to see how much is being learned. And obviously, if you look at the legends, like, you would have known, because it's not like hieroglyphs are hard to learn how to read. Like, it's not hard to translate the actual language if you know how to. I am one of the people that know how to, for obvious reasons. It's not hard to figure out how to translate the language into other languages. You have to translate it into Greek, and then you translate it into Latin, and then after that you could translate it into English or whatever else. if people just took a second to like decipher the actual myths, then they would know that, you know, it's always been kind of accepted, but yeah. Also, I mentioned that I would talk about the Book of the Dead. So before I jump into the chat to read what all of y'all are saying, I do want to get... Oh, fuck. Are those hyenas? Yeah. I do want to get into what the Book of the Dead is. So some of you might have heard of the Book of the Dead from, like, movies and stuff. It's not what you think it is. A lot of people call it, like, the Kemetic Bible. A lot of people say that it's, like, this book of magic and witchcraft, and that's a little bit more true. So the Book of the Dead is meant to be a book that... Is that a snake? Get it! Yeah! Okay. That was a cobra that my bird just got. Senu. The Book of the Dead is a book that is tailor-made for the individual. It's the same book. It's copied over and over and over and over again, but the name in it is changed. And the pronouns would be changed where applicable, because pronouns weren't like really used in the same way as they are in modern day languages. But essentially it's just the book that's meant to give you the stuff you need in order to make it through the Duat into the Hall of Judgment, where you would then, you know, face the weighing of the heart ceremony, and then it would be decided whether or not you would be allowed to enter into Adu or Paradise. So that's what the Book of the Dead is, if you are curious. There's a lot of, like, misinterpretation of what the Book of the Dead is. I actually have a copy of the Book of the Dead for obviously I have multiple copies of the Book of the Dead, but I have specifically the very famous one that most people tend to reference, which is the Papyrus of Ani, which is one of the oldest copies of the Book of the Dead we have in the modern day. So I have read it cover to cover multiple times. I practically know it like the back of my hand. I know multiple different translations into English that I have studied, into all sorts of other languages, actually. And yeah, it's pretty basic. It's not as, like, whimsical or mysterious as people make it out to be. It's actually really boring. It is probably one of the most boring reads I've ever read through, and I've read through it a couple times, and to this day I still find it really plain and boring. So yeah. Oh, and Book of Life, by the by, that was mentioned in the Mummy movies. Doesn't exist. There is no such thing as the Book of Life. Not a thing. We have a couple other books. I will not share all of them here because there comes a point where it's like it becomes kind of taboo to share information with outsiders. Just because it then becomes a question of like, oh, will this information be used in a good way or a bad way? Will it be used to, like, demonize the practice? Will it be used to kind of, like, and I don't want to risk that. And also it's just, like, not cool to kind of just, like, give that information away to people who don't care, or who aren't interested. But there is no Book of Life. I could say that. There is none, that does not exist. So yeah, a little bit of info there. Very interesting. The Mummy movies are they're funny, they're good as standalone movies. Probably the worst interpretations, though, of Kemetic culture I have ever seen in my whole life. Really bad. Funny though, but absolutely terrible. Oh my gosh, scan it, thank you. Okay, let me read chat real quick. I could see Cuddy Hassett saying stuff to people. Alright, 3 a.m. History Channel insomnia binges are my favorite though. We do love a confident queen. Yes, please study Hatshepsut. She's amazing. She's powerful. She's a girl boss in the good way. Hello, Chat Anubis. Good to see you in stream. Is it that time? No, you should still be doing paperwork. What are you doing here? Yeah, Joe, it's my first time. Yeah, you're my chat moderator. Yes, we should bring back touching noses as a sign of affection. I still do it to this day, actually. Like, I still touch noses with people who I care about. Because it's a lot cleaner of a way to show affection, in my opinion. So yeah. Also, hi, Grisabella. Welcome to the stream. For first time today, I suppose. Yeah. I am. Okay, so we have enough people to do this. I am changing the ride every time. So help me decide a ride. We got this guy. Lucius, Fangs, Abyssal, Midnight Sun, Eternal Vigil. We're not doing Unicamel. So which one do you guys think I should do? You can just kind of give me the number. Heartbroken. Well, to be fair, your nose is always wet, so you can't touch Abyssal Steed. I will vote Abyssal Steed every time. Okay, so there's Abyssal. We got one for Abyssal. I'm sad about Unicamel. Well, we can bring back Unicamel starting next stream if you want. We can just keep going back and forth between Abyssal and Unicamel. Banks, you all can't pick different horses. All right, we'll go Abyssal because that was the one that was suggested last time. Abyssal is nice. I like Abyssal. It'll take a second for it to register, so. But first, let me murder this. There we go. There we go. I gotta, like, slaughter these camels. Not camels. These aren't camels. These are hippos. Camels. Yeah, these are totally fucking camels. You stop. Stop panicking. Stop. Calm. Well, okay then. If you're gonna run off, so be it. Where's the other one? Is there another one in this area? Did I complete? Yes, I did. Okay. Cool. Alrighty. It's a sign. Unicamel on the brain. Oh, I love that. Oh, that was cute. I thought that was a snake at first. I got Adronikos. I am sorry. Greek names and Roman names I suck at. I am sad to report your chariot was in a horrible accident. I know the pharaohs had blessed it, but I do believe it was charged by a hippo. The horses are missing and your driver Archimedes too. I will continue to search for them, but I fear there's nothing salvageable about the situation. Oh, F. I need to go back to paperwork, so may my parting words be as follows. May your Abyssal always be Unicamel. Well, too bad, I got Abyssal now. I love how Abyssal looks, by the way. This horse is absolutely gorgeous. Like, look at it. Such beauty. I would love a horse like that. I would give it many pets, even though it would burn the hell out of me. So, I kind of want to go beat that up. The hollow camel. Oh, you mean Midnight Vigil? Midnight Vigil's good. Is it Midnight Vigil or is it Eternal Vigil? Yeah, it's Eternal Vigil. Okay. I might just make like a queue and just go in order, because these are all DLC mounts. These are all mounts that I bought. So, I might do that, because honestly, get the most bang out of my buck. Although, to be fair, I've played through this game already. I haven't finished the post-game DLC, though, which I am planning on finishing on stream, because it's really cool. I can level this up, but I want to save. Do I need wood? No. Okay. I'll get more health. More health seems great. I need to raise my quiver's strength a lot. These two are things I need to... I'll do quiver for right now. Hard to pick. Yeah, it's really hard to pick a favorite with these ones. They're all really good. I wanted to... What are you? Ooh, that's really good. If you get a stealth kill with your bow. Oh, that's also really good. What are you? Eagle harass. Oh, that one's nice. I'm gonna level up the bow first because the bow is broken. Bleed. I'm gonna go with this one because I really want that one. Because this, I abuse this. I sadly don't know enough about them to pick one. That's fair. Honestly, for the mounts and the outfit are purely aesthetic. Like, none of these do anything. It's once you get into, like, these that things start to get a little bit more, you know, picky. That's when you start to ask questions about whether or not, like, you should start to, sell stuff off or what you want to use and all that good stuff. I am gonna raid this ship. Hey, did y'all know I have thalassophobia? Which is a problem. Because I have to do shit like this in this game. I'm gonna raid this boat. Probably gonna get myself killed in the process. Nobody shot anything. What are you talking about? I didn't shoot shit. You can't stop me. I'm the gingerbread man. Where are you going?
Come on, brothers! This way! I can hit the top! Too slow! Get that. There you are!
You can't stop me. There we go. Oh, into the water. Damn. And now I can poison everyone. Makes this a lot easier. I love this game. I love causing chaos and just doing shit that I don't need to do. Where did my boat go? Hey, buddy. Hi, buddy. What? There was a person here. Oh no, I was thinking of that boat. Okay. Oh, I could finally go over here. So let's do that, because I have a boat. So I don't have to swim all this way. I mean, I can, but I don't have to. And that'll make things easier, because there's a teleport point up here, too. What is this area? Do I have to go underwater? Because if I do, I'm gonna cry. Oh. What is... Oh, no. It's an alligator area. Oh no. Nothing's wrong, woman. There are alligators here. Okay. I do have to murder you. Oh, I don't want to go underwater. Oh, shit. There we go. Are there any more enemies nearby that I need to be wary of? I hate going underwater. Okay. Sefetsu's tax collectors are looking for you. Take your things and flee. You'll find a boat at the end of the island. Be safe. Oh, it didn't seem like he was. Seems like the gators got him. Got him real good. But no. Crocodiles, they are a threat. Here's a cool history fact for you. A cool culture fact for you. Because I could literally go on about this forever. So you see the boat that Bayek is using right now? This is called a reed boat. It is a very common boat that was common during the time to sail the Nile. And the reason it's called the reed boat is because it's very clearly, as you can see, made out of reeds. So one of the things that is worth noting is that despite the large amount of like trees in the area, wood was very, very scarce in Kemet. Like, it's very scarce. You're in the middle of a desert. Like, of course it's scarce. It's kind of hard to get wood for anything, really. So this would lead to a lot of, like, repurposing of materials, which is why a lot of, like, buildings are kind of lost to forever. Because they just had to repurpose the materials that used to be used for those buildings. So a lot of like pharaoh, like a lot of the times people wonder, oh, why do we have palaces and castles from, you know, kingdoms that were significantly less prosperous than Kemet, because Kemet is one of the most prosperous civilizations in all of history. And the reason for that was because they just would dismantle the palace of a pharaoh. It was tradition for a new pharaoh. The first thing they would do is they would designate a palace for themselves. They would designate a city to be their capital, and in that capital they would build a palace. And it would be a different city almost every time. And what chose a city was, during times of conflict, it was whatever was the most advantageous city to fend off an enemy. This could be seen in like, I'm trying to think of a good example. There are a lot of them, so it's like, I'll come back on that one. But sometimes it would be whatever city was most advantageous for fending off like a particular enemy of the time, an enemy of the era that is threatening your way of life. That is one example. Another example would be like oh, what is the best trade-wise, or what is the best culture-wise for that specific pharaoh? Because, of course, every pharaoh has a different perception of, Okay, good. I'm glad you're excited. Hopefully you'll be back soon, because that'd be cool. But yeah, so it was all up to the pharaoh's, like, specific interpretation of the kind of climate at the time. If it was, like, for example, Hatshepsut built her palace specifically for the fact that because it was a time of relative peace in the nation, she built her palace to be in a place that was artistically relevant, like a place that she viewed to be most beautiful, because she was a pharaoh that believed that the arts were one of the most important things in a country. And she was correct, because that allows for craftsmanship and for trade and all of that good stuff. So yeah. But the reason why wood is so scarce, essentially, is because of this, like, lack of trees in the area. And with this lack of trees in the area, it leads to a need for wood. So they would dismantle even palaces to gain wood. A lot of times pharaohs would use the palaces of the kings or queens who had already left, who had already died, in order to kind of make ends meet, so to speak. And that's kind of funny to me. But moreover, it's just kind of how it was done. And despite this, there were ways to get around this through the use of things like papyrus.
Hey, hold on. You are dead. Target in range.
Oh, I'm bleeding. So yeah, they would use papyrus. So the reeds that they are referring to in a reed boat are papyrus reeds. Little bit of a history for you. I don't have arrows, which is unfortunate. So yeah, those boats are actually made out of papyrus reeds. Now you may be wondering, like, oh, why papyrus? Like, why pick papyrus? Well, from a constructional standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. Papyrus is very buoyant. It doesn't sink in water very well. But from a mythological standpoint, the story goes that when the goddess Isis was sailing upon the Nile to search for the parts of Osiris's body, because that's a whole story that I'll get into. Essentially, TLDR, to cut a really long story into ungodly short bits, because I'm gonna be honest, it hurts me to cut it into short bits. That I'll get into that on, like, one of the special streams I do. But to cut a really, really, really long story extremely short, what happened was that the brother of Osiris, Set, was jealous of the fact that he was on the throne of Kemet at the time. He was the pharaoh. And so what he did was he tricked him into going into a coffin, which is why the sarcophagi are a thing. And he threw him in the river. His body was recovered. Set discovered that his body was recovered. The river that he got thrown into was the Nile, by the way. Set discovered that his body was recovered, didn't like that fact, tore his body into several smaller pieces, threw it in the Nile. The crocodiles spread it far and wide. When Isis was looking for the body of Osiris to, you know, put her lover back together, she built a boat out of reeds, and then out of, like, papyrus reeds, blessed it so that way it would repel the crocodiles, and sailed upon the Nile. So yeah, that's kind of the reason why it's meant to repel crocodiles and the like. So if you're ever wondering why the boats of Kemet look like that, that's why. Hell yeah. One down. I'm kind of missing that eagle harass right now. How did you miss me? How did you not see me? Confused. But yeah, I could like spout off about Kemetic stuff all day, like, and I'm probably going to during this stream because there's just so much I could talk about. Like for example, Cleopatra, to this day, it's questioned whether or not she should have been pharaoh. She's one of the most famous pharaohs because she is the last one. She was the last pharaoh. And essentially, pharaoh doesn't mean much of anything. It literally just means uniter of two lands. If you're wondering what the meaning of pharaoh is, that's what it is. But, so a little context there. So the meaning of pharaoh, it doesn't necessarily have to be just like people from Kemet. It doesn't have to be specifically people of specific genders or anything like that. It is literally just uniter of two lands. And that is it.
Hey, hold on.
But the thing is that a lot of people are like, oh, her whole stake to the throne was the fact that she was claiming that she was from Kemet. And now the question is, was she actually from Kemet? So that's the current, like, scholarly argument right now about her rule. Like, was she actually Kemetic, or was she just a Greek? Like a Greek individual, or a Roman individual? Because we don't fully know her lineage. So yeah.
They'll have to get up earlier than that to get the jump.
Why, hello, Frozen.
Hey, what the?
I see you in there. Welcome to the stream. You found a knife? Why'd you find a knife? Are you gonna help me with murder? I would love your help with murdering. I am murdering many people. I'm murdering a bunch of, stinkies. How dare you? It's for personal defense. That's a boring way to end it. I mean, fair though. I also keep a knife on hand for personal defense. Because... why wouldn't I? I prefer to use mace though. I like using mace. But no, I do have... personal defense is very smart. It's very, very intelligent. But I like mace. Mace is also fun. You ever pepper sprayed somebody? It's great. It works a little too well. Oh no. Why are you keeping the entire US military in your cupboard? That doesn't seem very economical. How are you keeping them all fed? Are they dead? Are they green army men? Like, what's the catch here? Personal defense. Oh, I throw a cup full of lima beans in there every day. Only the most feral survive to feast. Oh my gosh. That's the best answer you could have given to that. That, you know what? I'll take that. I'll take that answer. But no, welcome to the stream. It's great to have you here. Hope you'll linger around or lurk or I just knocked down a bunch of fencing. We just got rid of Unicamel. Sorry. I'm sorry. Unicamel didn't survive the purge. Unicamel got to be traded out. I feel like I should go to this island. I feel like I should go to that island. What do you do to the toilet for personal offense? What is the backstory of the toilet? Truly, are you eating Taco Bell? I could go for some Taco Bell right now. Oh man, I shouldn't talk about food, because if I talk about food, I'm gonna get hungry. Oh no. Okay, wait. I need materials to level this up, so we're gonna pin. Can I... There's leather there. Ah, wood. I need that. Let's go get some wood. Crunch wraps! Oh, we prefer the term beef jerky. Like, genuinely prefer the term beef jerky, because we salty and we crunchy. I mean, do you know how a mummy is made? I could tell you. It's a very complex process. But essentially what happens is you take the body of the deceased, you empty them of all their bodily fluids, you remove certain organs, you... embalming is wild. You remove certain organs, this is a TLDR, and then you hide them in a bunch of fucking salt. And that's how they preserve the mummies. And this is the same process as curing meat. So mummies are just cured meat, is what I'm... How did you... What the fuck is going on here? What is this? What? Y'all seeing this? How did... If I move this... They're they just sunk into the depths. Whoa, 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 where are you going? Where are you going? Godspeed. Where are you going? Submarine? Are you gonna come on land? Look at how fast it's moving. Oh my gosh. Oh, oh. Whoa. That's so incredible. All right, we're going after them. That's enough to earn a death sentence. They're over here. Hopefully they didn't despawn. Look at how fast they're fucking moving. I have to catch up. They really did just submarine. Oh my god. Oh, they're over there. I see you, bitch. We're coming after you. I need your wood. Give me your wood. Give it. Haha. Cool. I need his wood. Whoa! Oh my god! Come here. I'll win. Nice. Oh, and it gave me all my arrows back. Nice, nice. Alright, back to work. Don't have a nice time. Suffer. Too bad. I'm gonna have a great time. I'm so sorry for burning your hay. I don't think you're getting much out of that. We'll buy. We'll buy. The Bone Cracker. I need him. And True Friend. We got some nice new mounts. Don't laugh. What? Just the word laugh just makes me giggle. Oh my god, can I not go under the clothesline? Apparently when I... There's a cat. Hi. Oh my gosh. Can I pet you? Hey. Hey. Oh, best game ever. I get to pet the cats. Look, that's an Egyptian Mao. I want an Egyptian Mao. They're really cute. Good cat. Alright, I need more wood. Oh, I guess I don't need more wood, actually. Yay, my quiver capacity is reached. It has increased. Okay, now I need jaguar skins or leopard skins. I don't know which one that is. And then more wood. So, let's send Senu into the sky. Ooh, you have skins. I'm coming for your skin. Give me your skin. A question. Okay, this is gonna sound kind of random, but fried chicken. Do you like or dislike the skin? I personally like the skin, but I prefer the chicken much more. Like if I could trade the skin and the chicken, I would trade all the skin for all the chicken. Like, no question. But are you a chicken skin person or a chicken meat person? I'm gonna... Oh, that's an alligator. Bye! No, 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 we're not fighting. I'm not here. I don't exist. You're both? You're both the chicken skin and the chicken meat? And now craving chicken. Honestly, I could go for some fried chicken. I just like chicken. No.
Hey, you! Stop!
What? Nothing's happening. Huh. What are you doing? You can't do shit. I'm just gonna keep sailing away from you.
Got you! You must die!
Nice. Okay. Oh god, no, that's not what I wanted. Oh god. There we go. I feel bad killing these animals, but at the same time, I need their pelt. They have such beefy health. You're so excited to be home? Why is that? We're having mac tonight, like mac and cheese. That's gonna be exciting. Come on, go down. I just killed Simba. Gear. I still need more? Oh my gosh. Okay. But I got some gear, which is exciting. And I have more space on my quiver already, which is very, very nice. I need more. There's iron over there. There's copper over there. I see. Aha. Senu's moving out of range. Fuck. So that's over in that direction. How about in this direction? What is that? Hello? What are you? What the fuck is that? Huh? What is that? Over there. Okay, so there's an island right over here that I kind of want to get real quick. Because I want to expand Senu's range, because I don't like that Senu just like kind of falls out of range almost immediately. Like, that's kind of sucky. So let's expand her range a bit. I like Senu.
Me in peace.
Here is Claudius.
Did you? Crocodile can talk? Always something new. Why are you so angry? Oh, I think I'm going.
You are drunk as fuck, aren't you?
Claudius!
Hey, you! Hello!
Stay where you are!
There we go.
Crocodiles are dead. Now to speak to Claudius and find out why he came out here.
I want to grab the arrows that I spent on these fucking bastards. Because they really did take me for all I got. Alright, well, I got some of them back. I didn't get all of them. And that's okay. Most of the ones I lost were my flaming arrows, which makes sense.
Why did you?
What? You're covered in kiss marks.
We had only just met.
Claudius, you are drunk.
Yes, that is me. And no, I am not. I had only 2 or 10 beers.
Me too.
Let's get you back to your wife.
I have a wife? Oh, mother will be so pleased.
Oh my gosh, what is up with us and drunkards on our streams? Like, yesterday it was Kaveh, and now we've got this going on. Oh look, it's the pyramids! No. Sobbing grossly. And then there's the... yeah, that. Okay. So here's my plan. I am going to find this, yeah. And I'm gonna cry on stream. Oh, no, 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 no. No, not the fucking fish. Oh, I hate it. You guys might think I'm being dramatic. I might be dramatic, but I fucking hate underwater area. I hate them. I hate them. I hate them. They make me so upset. Oh, they give me like heart palpitations. I hate it. One day I'll play Subnautica for stream, and one day I will regret every minute of it.
What was your reason for going out there, Claudius?
I was going... I do not really remember.
You don't?
I came from Alexandria for the festival. And some kind of person, someone offered me to drink all night for free. Impossible to resist. What were we talking about?
How you got here?
Oh, right. Then I woke up here with those crocodili all around. Tell me, can they really speak?
Egypt is a land full of magic and ancient mysteries.
Amazing. My friends in the city will never believe it. Did you say something about a wife?
Yes, yours.
See, I do not understand that. How could I have a wife? I am a virgin. At least I think I am.
Oh my god.
I will hear no more on this subject. You can take it up with your wife.
But you do not understand. Every woman I've ever tried to...
Oh,
Please, shut up.
yeah, please.
I am sorry.
I side with Bayek on this one. Please shut up.
The river is good for me.
Oh, I don't... I just come home and am tasked with specifically the ocean. I fucking hate the ocean.
Splendid.
God, this man. He's like, I'm a virgin. No, I don't care. I don't particularly care. I don't need to know. You could, like, lie to me. I will not bother you if you don't bother me. There was a hole in the ground. Over this way. Yes, right here. Now I'm assuming... Okay. Nice. Okay, but like, what is it with our streams and just like drunkards? Apparently our Lost Crypt, hey yo! Apparently our streams are just like home to drunkard characters for one reason or another. I don't know what this is all about. And I don't know how I feel about it. We're gonna get Eagle Harass. Because that one's really nice. I like Eagle Harass a lot. After that, I think I'm gonna try and go for... probably this one. Enhanced Warrior Bow, because that's really nice. And then probably Enhanced Hunter Bow, because even though I don't use Hunter Bows, it's good to have the piercing arrows. Hail of Arrows. And then Enhanced Light Bows all the way up there. I would love to take Elite Ranger. Bow Fury. Chain Assassin. Oh, that'll be fun. So yeah, I think I'm gonna get these first because they're nice to have, and then get the assassination ones, and then get these two. And then I will not touch this one until, you know, I fill out all the rest of the trees, because you can just, like, fill out all the trees. Trust me. I was like, can you get enough points to fill out all the trees? Yes, you can. Which is very nice for me. He said, he for real said, I am sorry. He did. He did. He was he was so upset. Although, I'm a little sus about this man, and I'm a little sus about his wife. That feels a little much. Okay, we're now synchronized. Oh! I scream. Oh, okay. Alright. There's another quest up there, though. So while I am here, I don't want to ever come out to this fucking island again. I'm gonna have to, I bet. But while I am here, I am going...
A scene of death. I should investigate.
Alright.
Was this a terrible ceremony? There is so much blood, as if some butchery occurred here. But the elements have eroded many of the signs. Scraps of a message. There's too much missing.
I speak for the goddess, and the goddess speaks through me. She sits upon my tongue, and my sting is her sting. Her face is the scorpion, and snake, and spider, and I wear her mark. I take her name, for mine was a dull, rusty thing. I do her honor, in hopes that she will show me the mysteries. I speak for the goddess, and you speak for me.
Sekhmet, the goddess of hunters. But there are scratches here, above the statue's stomach. What does it represent?
Nothing good. Come on, buy it.
Scraps of blood and flesh. There was a body here. The crocodiles must have devoured it.
Yeah, I could see the blood in the water. Dude, don't
Made of
push me.
sarcophagus. There was a symbol.
He just jumps into the
Too damaged
water.
for me to make out. Troubling. If I had more information, I might understand this better. But as he was eaten by a crocodile, I'll keep my eye out for anything else so unusual.
Interesting. Okay, well, we'll come back to here. Come on. Get me out of here. Buddy. Yes, get on the boat. Where you belong. Okay. So, I'm gonna sort this by level. This one, hidden tax. Where am I supposed to go? I don't know. Oh, over here. All right, let's get out of here. Wait a minute. Was this the boat that I sailed here on? I don't remember the boat looking like this. It might be the same boat, and I might just be a absolute dumbass, but like I don't remember the boat looking like this. Hello, little crocodile. You can just chill over there. All right. Hello, everybody. I am not suspicious at all. I'm just bringing a man to his probably not wife. Hello, Miss Ma'am.
My dear husband. There you are, my dear. I was worried about you.
Oh, by Dionysus. I remember. I went to the island because of her. She got me drunk, married me, told me I owed her a virginity tax. Whose virginity?
Oh!
You can go. This is between me and my husband.
No, don't go. They'll kill me.
Oh boy.
Tell him what happens when you try to cheat a woman.
Please, help me.
Forget him. He's just an idiot. But victory not from our line. Yes, that is right. Taste your own blood.
Mercy!
Your tax collectors never listened when we begged for him.
Oh.
My brothers! You have slain my brothers! You were supposed to help me, not him!
I mean, what do you expect me to do? Is she pretty?
Praise and thanks.
Subjective.
You saved my life. And my purse.
In future, be careful when drinking with strangers.
Dumbass. Alright, well, we got that quest down. Ambush in the temple. Arriving in the village of Yamu, Bayek pays a visit to his old friend Menehet at the temple. Menehet explains that Yamu is preparing for a religious festival meant to attract tourists to the village. Their tour of the temple is interrupted by the arrival of Menehet's children, playing a game of hide-and-seek into which Bayek is recruited. No. Alright, before I do that though, I want to farm more for my gear, so I'm back here. Are there any at all, any skins at all? I see money. I see wood. But no skins as of now, which is unfortunate. Alright, well that means we could just keep doing quest stuff until we get to a high enough level to explore out into different areas. The map. We are level 11. So we can go up into Canopus Gnome. So that's good. But let's continue to explore this area, because I kind of want to explore it out and get everything that I can. Fortunately, a lot of it's underwater, which I know. I'm unhappy. Don't mind me being unhappy. Also, I kind of want to see what the merchant wants.
My decision, Gareth.
Interrupted
What does the merchant want? Hello, my good sir.
Medjay, great warrior, come. I sell you what you want. You need it, I have it. If I don't have it, you don't need it. Redda has your back in these desolate lands.
You are but a boy. How did you come by such fine treasure?
Plucked from the ancient lands of the desert, the sunken vessels of the Nile, refined by handmaidens of the gods. Weaponry forged in Nubian mines, Persian jewels, and Assyrian treasures. I have it all.
I see. You are well traveled for such a young man.
Old wisdom, Neb. I have acquired from long nights in the desert with my camel.
I will see what you have.
Come, look around. If you want good Neb, I have other jobs too.
Nomad's Bazaar. The camel icon shows you Redda, the merchant's position. Redda offers a wide variety of very rare goods. Be sure to check with him regularly as the stock changes weekly. Every day. Oh, so this seems like a genuine thing we're gonna do on the stream. Just like once every stream, we just come to Redda and mess around with this bazaar. Every day, Redda offers a new quest to help someone in need. Succeed before the time runs out, and you'll be greatly rewarded for your efforts. Not gonna lie, I missed something. Came back to you making a sad sound, and my reflex was to bullying you. I think that says a lot about us.
I
Yeah.
cannot admit this easily, Bayek. But someone attacked me and stole my wares. I know where this thief is. Help me, Bayek. Deal with this neck so it doesn't attack anyone else. You can keep whatever you find.
All right. Do you have any like actual wares though? Oh shit! Hecka chest. Ooh. Okay. All right, that's exciting. All right, so we'll go mess with that in a minute, but let's handle this quest real quick. We'll go explore. I think after this quest, we might end up going on break because we're pretty close to break time. And then we'll go help him out. We'll help Redda. I should not be riding a horse in the temple. That is very disrespectful. Hello, sir. How can I help you? It's loading.
Bayek, what good fortune! I thought it would be years before we saw you again.
Hail in peace, Menahet. How is your family?
The children seem to grow larger by the minute. My wife and I have our hands full. And you? Is there any news of...
None.
I forget myself. There are so many things in your life best not spoken of. Forgive me.
I see by your garb that you have been promoted.
Ah, yes. The High Priest, in his grace, made me his second. And my rank is not the only thing he has changed. You must see the temple.
You will give me a tour?
Of course, of course. At the moment of your pleasure.
Aw.
Ready to see our beautiful temple?
Yeah, sure. I
After
would
you,
love to see it.
Menahet. Or is it servant of the goddess?
Menahet will do for one as good as family.
Aw.
This is far from the sorry ruin of my last visit.
Yamu now plays constant host to ceremonies showing our rustic way of life, which attract many visitors with more gold than sense.
A description well suited to Alexandrians. How does this sit with your faith?
I confess that my thoughts are sometimes uneasy.
Aw. Why, hello, Anu! This is totally your first time in the tomb. We're playing Assassin's Creed Origins, as I'm sure you know. They're having a good time. We're doing a quest. Bayek is making an offering. Oh, I love Bayek as a character. He's so sweet. He radiates dad energy.
Vanquished by a gang of ruffians, huh? Silent as gifts.
Uncle Bayek! Uncle Bayek! Hello, Uncle.
Jewels of my life, why have you left your mother's side?
Pick me up, Uncle Bayek!
Oh,
See now, there is no need to attack a man from behind. We're not numbering him 4 to 1. Huh?
You taught us to secure every advantage possible over Attainer's foe.
Yes. And I am very dangerous! Ride well, for the wanderer stalks your path.
oh, oh my gosh, that's adorable. I love Bayek. Oh my gosh. Reminds me of someone I used to know a long time ago. Very sweet. Very kind. A good man. Oh, you! You're just in plain sight! Oh, wait. You know what I love about this game? Are you ready? Watch very closely. Are you gonna do it, Bayek? Please? Bayek! I'm gonna show you all. No! Stay! Let me pet you! Please stop walking. Okay. Where are you going? Let me pet you. I will show you that you can pet the cats. I've had my cats react to the cats in this game. It's really funny. Alright, take care of yourself, Chat Nubis, and feel free to lurk in the stream. Where are you going? Cat doing typical cat things, only allowing pets when they want them. Yeah, no, why won't you let me pet you? Where are you going? Anyway, the cat won't let me pet it. I think it needs to be still, but it's too busy walking around. If you could find a still cat, you could just, like, pet them. It's really cute. Oh, you're just right there.
You found me. Your turn to hide.
Come away from there, Nyla. You're getting in the priest's way.
What? Pushes a guy who's sitting there out of the way. Oh. But no, welcome to the stream, Anu. How are you feeling? How you doing today? You doing okay? Oh.
Keba, what in the name of the gods are you doing down there?
I wanted to hide, but now I can't get back out. I'm scared.
Stay calm. I will help you out of there.
There you go.
This way. Through the tunnel.
Thank you, Uncle Bayek.
Go straight home to your mother. She will be worried.
Hit.
Nyla, are you following me?
You might get lost without me. It's a big temple.
He's so cute. Oh my gosh. He has such good energy. He has such dad energy. I'm doing pretty good. Managed to be fairly productive before work, so it feels like a day well spent. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
To go home.
Beast, you will meet your end at the hands of the mighty gladiator Sarius.
Solis, stay back!
Oh my gosh. This is probably a female, fun fact.
Your father wants you to go home.
And I prefer to stay with you.
She's just following me. Alright, how do I... Okay, hold on. But no, I'm glad that you had a productive day. That's honestly very good to hear. And I am happy that you decided.
But I hope to pass by and visit your mother.
I'm happy you decided to spend some time here with me. I am very grateful for that. I love when people decide they want to hang out with me. It's very cool. Makes me feel very nice. So there's this person. Can I just like climb right up? Okay, so this is in Genshin rules. Got it.
Asina, you must come down from here.
This would be a good place.
Oh my gosh, how'd you get up here, child?
Only the priests are permitted here. You know that.
Yes, but I want to see.
Hush. Come down now. We can watch stars from the riverbank. Yeah, no tipits about you. That's the last of the children. I will tell Menehet that the children are safe.
Oh, you who are responsible for the eternal stars that burn in front of Ra, prepare the way for Onus, so that Onus can protect us from the fierce and forbidding forces of the night. Interesting. Is there anything else I could find in this area? Come on. Oh, there's a hidden entrance over there. And it goes over into the water. Got it. I know where I am not going. Oh boy. Okay, so if I come around this way, and then I cut through here, I can just kind of like jump down from here. And bada boom, bada boom.
In your market, and you claim you can do nothing?
The dealings of the market are beyond me. Speak rather to the offending merchant.
Of course, I always enjoy getting to hang out in friends' chats. Just don't get the opportunity too often with a full-time evening shift throughout the week. Honestly, that's fair. It's a good thing I stream daily then. Because that means you can hop in and expect me to be here regularly. Unless I've got something going on. Then, not so much. But I'm glad I could be here to help you unwind before you have to go in for work. Work sucks.
Your brood is delivered safely home.
Thank you, friend.
What did that fool want with you?
Some visitors, having purchased religious objects, are angry when our village has no more dead cats to serve them. Though not a merchant, I am often the means by which the aggrieved snuff their anger.
This matter needs a firm hand.
What? Dead cats? Okay, meet the merchants. We can do that. What other quests do we got going on? Stolen goods. Let's do that. Let's do stolen goods real quick. Ooh, it's quite a ways away. Not so far. It really does. I wish I could just be a full-time streamer and still afford to live. You know what? I get the gripe. I get the gripe. One day, hopefully, fingers crossed. I just got nothing better to do, which is why I could stream full-time. Because unfortunately I have no way of working, so I might as well do this. Silver lining. At least I'm doing something I love. But unfortunately, things are just a little tight. You gotta work your way around it. But one day, hopefully one day, you'll be able to live that dream. Because honestly, streaming is probably one of the better jobs, in my opinion, to have. It's unstable, but like, if you get it, you know? Like, if you're able to do it, it's probably one of the most fun things to do, in my opinion. Exactly. Make do with what you got. Yeah, exactly. Precisely. Like, sure, it sucks that I live with the problems I do, but hey, at least I get to stream all the time. You know? Like, don't get me wrong. Shit sucks sometimes, but I've learned to live with it, and I'm happy where I'm at. So, the most I can do is try my best and help where I'm at and do what I can. And maybe one day, all this effort will pay off. Although already it's starting to pay off. So, I mean, I got affiliate today, so. That's a good sign. It's looking like things are gonna turn out for the better sooner rather than later. And I'm also almost to my 2023 follower goal, so I'm definitely up there. Aha. Oh, immediate. Nice. You are still in view. Yeah, I'm so excited that you managed to hit it. Aw. And I will update my goal when I hit it. I do plan to update my goal when I hit 100 followers. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it to 2023 though, because every time I hit my goal, I'm planning on just doubling the number. So when I hit 100, it's gonna go up to 200. When I hit 200, it's gonna go up to 400. But the question is do I want to make that 2023 goal part 2, or am I gonna set that for 2024? Like end of 2024, I want to reach this goal. Because we are pretty far along in 2023 already. Ooh. Viper's Tooth. Ooh. That one's good. My cats have really stinky breath, and the reason why I say that is because they're currently cleaning themselves, and I do not appreciate the stink bomb that's being dropped upon me. I need to brush your teeth more, guys. Like, guys are smelly. But no, I couldn't be happier. I am so excited. I am so happy that I managed to hit this goal and I managed to get as far as I did. Like, it's genuinely really awesome, and I can't express how grateful I am about it. It's really, really cool. Never thought I would get affiliate. I always thought I was gonna be like small, super small time streamer, nothing special, not a penny to my name. Like, that's where I thought I was gonna stay forever, so it's really nice to know. And I was happy to stay that way forever, like, because as much I want to grow because I want to make more people smile. I don't want to grow because I want money. I don't want to grow because I want to be buddy-buddy with, you know, giant name streamers. That just kind of is like the perk of it, you know? It's like, in my eyes, a side effect of growth is I get to meet bigger creators that are really cool, because obviously there are some creators that, you know, take you more seriously the bigger you are, and that's just kind of the nature of the industry, unfortunately. So that's pretty cool. And additionally, I also get to, you know, I get a paycheck, you know? It's not a big one, but I get one, and that's kind of nice. But that's not, like, the reason I'm doing this. The reason I'm doing this is to make people smile. Make people feel better. Make people feel like they are able to, kind of like have a distraction, as well as have somebody who is like them and be able to see that this person is doing okay, this person is all right, and that brings hope to them. Because, like, on the one hand, I want to make people who are, like, you know, not disabled or who are disabled, I want to make them laugh. I want to make them have a good time. I want them to feel relaxed. I want them to feel like they can have a distraction. But at the same time, it also serves another purpose of just the other people in this world who are just like me, who are disabled, who are unable to work, unable to do anything. It's very lonely to live that life, and it's very, like, sad. Like, on the one hand, you can say, hey, I can't work, but which is nice because you don't have to deal with, like, super minimum wage jobs that aren't, like, well paying and treat you like shit. Like, you don't have to deal with all that, which is great to an extent, but then you also have to remember that that also means that you aren't making money and you aren't able to support yourself, and That's very stressful. And I want to show them that, hey, you can turn a situation that is otherwise really tragic. Ooh, talking through the pain. You could turn a situation that's otherwise really fucking tragic, and and you can make it something. I hate this. You can make it something good. You can do good things and make a bad situation at least enjoyable. I fucking hate the water. I fucking hate this. Anyway, you could take a bad situation and make it into something that is much more enjoyable and something that you could be proud of, and it's okay. I kind of want to, because there's not enough like disabled influencers, disabled VTubers, or streamers in general. There's just not a lot of disabled role models, and I kind of want to fill that niche a bit, not out of any desire for like financial growth, but out of a desire to just have something that I wasn't able to have. Because when I found out I was disabled, there was nobody for me to like look to for support. And I was in denial for a really long time. I talked about this during my Hyper Light Drifter stream. I was in denial about my disability for so long because I didn't want to accept that there was nobody there for me. And that's just, it's very upsetting. And so I want to be that person for other people, you know? No, I don't. Okay. I don't. Thalassophobia moment. Oh my god. Closing my eyes, I can't deal with this. Okay. Did I tell you all I have thalassophobia? Let me read chat real quick. Sorry about that, guys. I'm like getting all the real painful ones out of the way now. All right. Does that mean I can make stickers now? Yes. While growing as a channel is fun, it can also be daunting because you meet so many people along the way, but it can also get to the point that it is difficult to keep up with each individual person. Yeah, and I think that's where it starts to become more of like who has what niche kind of deal. And I already have troubles keeping up with people because I'm autistic. So like I forget that people exist a lot. It's very unfortunate. So yeah, like beyond their circumstances, yeah, you can make it something. I hate this, and you can enjoy it. I fucking hate this. I fucking hate the water. You can make this much more enjoyable. Yeah, really. That's the thalassophobia moment. Just gotta read between the lines. Yes, it's got me a little. Sorry, I panic when I go underwater. You were in denial. Literally, I'm literally in denial. But no, living with them, I definitely understand too. Yeah. Yeah, it's unfortunately, it's unfortunate. But like growth is great and all. But that's not why I'm doing this. And I kind of understand the idea of like, oh, clout chasers and all that stuff. And I do have a worry about being seen as a clout chaser, like that. It sucks to be seen that way. Because nobody wants to be seen as somebody who's not being genuine. Especially when you are being genuine. You know what I mean? That's why whenever I do collabs and stuff, I'm like, hey, you don't have to say yes. Like, don't even... Oh, shit. Hey, buddy. There. But it's like, it sucks to have that situation where it's like, oh, you want to befriend larger creators, but you don't want them to see you as kind of like a clout chaser or somebody who's just liking them for their numbers. I'm gonna be honest, I don't notice people's numbers often. I don't notice them very often. Like, I notice if they're like big compared to me, and that's about it. But it's still daunting to think that, hey, oh, you're just a clout chaser. And it's like, no, I have a reason for doing what I'm doing. I just think it would be more fun if I had streamer friends to partner with and to collab with and to have fun with, to play games with. It's lonely being a streamer, a full-time streamer. It's not all it's cracked up to be. I love it. I love it to death. I would not change it because even the downsides aren't like super down to me. Like, I still love doing it, but oh boy, does it get real fucking lonely. Get it, Senu. You will what? Yeah, I am doing a Subnautica stream soon. Very, very soon. I'm terrified, but I am doing a Subnautica stream soon. Go get him. I'm just gonna let them kill each other. Come on, let's take these guys down. Nice. Come on. Oh. Come on. No, that's how you spell thalassophobia. Yeah, the thing is I have no actual like traumatic experiences with the ocean. I don't know why. There's like a subconscious reason. There's gotta be a subconscious reason why I hate the ocean so much. And because of that, I really want to overcome it because I think the ocean is also absolutely beautiful. So on the one hand, the ocean terrifies me, but on the other hand, I don't want to be scared of it anymore. So I actually have the a Subnautica stream planned out. Like, I just don't know when I'm gonna do it. Because there are other games that I kind of want to like focus on right now, and I really want Subnautica to happen when more people can see me freak out about it. I'm kind of saving it for like October-ish because of its like association with being a more horror game, even though it's not a horror game. The creators of Subnautica have said that they didn't mean for it to be horror. It just kind of became horror. So yeah, that's kind of the whole shtick of it. I want to do Subnautica, and I plan to do Subnautica. It's just a matter of, like, when. Because I do intend to. It's just, narrow crevice? What? Why is it called the narrow crevice? Oh, this is going to be it. Yeah, okay, to be fair, like, if you look at them from an actual, like, biological perspective, they make a lot of sense for a world that is completely, like, underwater. It's called the narrow crevice. Oh, goodbye. 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 Good riddance. We're going on break. No, absolutely not. You want to know why? You want to know why that's an absolutely the fuck I will not? I wanted to go back and play it in VR, but it was giving me issues. I could never. You have fun with that, Anu. I could never. Okay, so you want to know why that specific thing was giving me issues? It was giving me issues because of the fact that I also do not like underground areas in games because they don't load properly on my PS4. And another thing I am deathly afraid of from the days of playing games on like the PS1 and the PS2 is clipping through the fucking map, because back then that could corrupt a whole game. That could just destroy a disc. It was bad, 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 bad. It was very bad, not cool, not very fun. No, I'm gonna have Chattanoogas handle that on break. So we're going on break real quick. I'll be back in about 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes. I'm gonna go use the bathroom. I'm gonna go get some drinks. I'm gonna decompress from whatever the fuck kind of horror story that is. And I'm gonna have Chattanoogas handle it on break. You guys don't get to see that. I'm sorry. I can't handle it. Not today. I did not mentally prepare myself for this. No, we're gonna do it on break because I have to pee and I don't want to see it. Anyway, so I'll be back in about 10 to 20 minutes. So yeah, enjoy the break. Go get yourself something to drink. Go get yourself something to eat. Go get a nice warm blanket. Go relax. Go chill out. And I'll see you guys back here in just a little bit. We are back, my shopties. Hello. I was about to say I'm sorry I was late, but then I realized I am actually not late at all, and I did not go over time like I thought I did, which is very nice. I thought I went over time, but I did not. Let's see if this guy will row me around the water. My guy. You can row. He does not want to. Alright, well. So I was talking with Chatnubis while on break, and we were just talking about like channel points and stuff. And what we were gonna call them and all that stuff, so that I thought I was I was running late, but in actuality I was not. I was perfectly on time, and I was using my time wisely for a change, which is kind of funny, but yeah. that's what was going on, so there you go. I wasn't actually late. A very, very, very good thing. Alright, where are we going? Oh, I see. I'm gonna raid. I'm gonna raid you. I'm like Pharaoh, man. I'm gonna raid your tomb. If you get that joke, you were here for the classic Mega Man streams, and I respect you. Oh shit.
Well within range. You will pay for target.
Alarm! Get over here!
Well within range.
Oh, he got me. Oh, I'm not down yet. Oh, he got me. I thought I was like, I'm not down yet, and then I got down. That's okay. We can just try again. It's not a big deal. Ptolemaic Kingdom. Founded in 305 BC by Ptolemy I Soter, the Ptolemaic Kingdom was a powerful dynasty stretching... Oh, thanks. I don't like the Ptolemaic dynasty, fun fact. I actually kind of hate it. No, this boat left. Ah, I wanted to take their wood.
Stop.
Oh well.
Hey. Stop him.
Damn.
For you. Target lined up.
Nice. Come here. There we go. So bummed that I didn't get the wood. Just name your next stream of the game Hunting Down Wood. I should. Hunting down wood in the morning. I gotta make it the joke. You can't expect me not to make the joke. It was such a good opportunity. Alright, so I got that. There's a quest up here that is way too strong for me, apparently. This area is 9 to 12. Why is this quest so high leveled? What is up with that? Do I have anything else in... Yes, there's this over here that I need to check out. I'm trying to, like, explore the map fully before I, like, venture out and do a bunch of weird and crazy shit, but I guess we're doing this now, so... Because it becomes overwhelming after a while when you get so much stuff on the map that, like, you no longer can tell where everything is. Like, it gets really overwhelming really fast, so I just want to keep up with it instead of letting it get out of hand. So let's see what this quest is.
Tefibi! Tefibi!
I saw something shiny.
When I get my hands on that boy, he will pray that Osiris had taken him.
Oh my god!
Magi, thank the gods. I have not seen one of your kind in many moons.
What troubles you, little mother?
My son, Tefibi. The boy is mad, always running off. He wishes to be some sort of thinker. Set, take him. He has taken to searching for a cave near the beach. He should have been back by now.
If he is lost, I will find him.
Thank you, Magi.
Oh no. Okay, well... Tefibi. Got it. What is this thing over here? Let's go investigate what that is. I'm very curious. How much you want to bet it's like a Roman little camp, like a an actual small military outpost? I bet that's what this is. I bet it's so small though that I could probably just take it down, like just straight off. Yep, I feel like that's what this is. Yep. Excuse me. I sneeze a lot. Ooh, money. Okay, well let's handle this first. I see treasure here. Military storage.
Stay there! Oh, shit. Another madman!
Nobody saw shit. Nobody saw anything. I am but a humble man.
I should be cautious around here.
Wait a minute.
And this should poison them.
Alarm! To me, hurry!
Oh, yay! He has died of poison. Hell yeah. Look at that. I love poisoning enemies in this game because it just takes them down so fast. It makes things a lot easier. Alright, where's my horse? Yeah. Alright, so I've gotten those guys down. What's up this way? Oh, is this the treasure thing up here by the gate, or is this another military outpost? I don't think this would be a military outpost. Yeah, South Wall Guard Post. Okay. We'll just climb up. It's not a big deal. Hopefully. Oh shit, this looks like it's going to be a bitch to get up. Okay. We'll just crawl over this way, right? And then if we hug this wall, right, we come over here, and then we climb up that, and then we climb up that. Can you stop running? Yeah, if you're gonna do that, you gotta run faster. But I did the thing, so that's what matters. There is a weaver over there and another area, so we'll also go check out the weaver while we're here, because I like buying the outfits that they sell. Genuinely, it's very nice. Y'all, okay, calm down. Why are you're so much clutter? Calm down, all of y'all. All right, weaver.
Come, trade with me, friend.
Sell all of this.
Sold.
Buy. Oh, I can't buy all of that. Okay, thank you though. Is there a... Yes, the blacksmith is... Where? It's over this way. Oh, I see him. Okay. Maybe I can upgrade my weaponry? So that way it hits harder? Oof. Upgrade for 2,250. How about my bow? Can I? Barbed longbow? Hell yeah! My pride and joy. Okay, good. That's the one I really wanted. That's the one I lean on, so I was hoping so bad that I could upgrade it. Yeah, we'll refill my arrows. Okay, cool. Alright, let's see what this is. It might give me enough money to upgrade some of my other stuff. Alright, so what are the weapons that I've got going on right now? I have Flickering Daggers, and I have Surket's Reach. I wonder, because, like, the weapons that I've collected, I'm not going to use them unless they're legendary, because legendary weapons just do more damage. So I'm thinking... I'm thinking of just, like, selling these, because I'm not going to use them. They're just going to kind of, like, take up inventory space. So I'm thinking the common ones I'm just going to, like, get rid of, because they're just not useful. You know what I mean? Just kind of free up my inventory. Especially since these are the ones that, like, drop all the time. I'll keep the rarer ones, though. Unless I get dupes. But these guys, they just drop from random enemies. I don't even think I want the rare ones, because I had multiple of some of them. Oh, this is giving me so much money. Yeah, no, these drop in dupes too, so I'll sell these as well. Oh my gosh, why do I have so many of the same shields? Holy shit, okay. Can I upgrade? Ooh. Ooh. Ripper is good. I feel like I'm gonna end up. I like flickering daggers. Adrenaline regeneration. Adrenaline on hurt and adrenaline on hit. Yes. Okay, so that does significantly more damage now. So I feel like I'm able to take on more stuff now, which is very exciting. Okay, so what is this? Is this... is this just treasure that I'm taking? Aya's home. Oh. I'll just take that. Thank you. So...
I recognize this mask. It belongs to one of them.
So I found Aya's home.
There's the man who tried to kill my wife. He should have known better.
Oof. Haha. She's very talented. I already interacted with that. Sorry. No, Bayek. All right.
So much blood.
She's good at her job. I don't know, Bayek. You don't need to worry about her, apparently. Anubis. And Horus. What's that over there? There's a story item.
This is from Siwa. I kept it all these years.
Oh, that's cute. Alright, well, fair enough. We found Aya's home. I'm sure she wouldn't mind me breaking in. Hopefully. Fingers crossed, because I don't want to get on her bad side. That's for sure. I don't remember in my first playthrough if I liked Aya as a character. I feel like I did, but at the same time I didn't. I feel like I was much more interested in, like, Bayek's story. Like, and his desire to get vengeance for his son, because I don't think Aya is in the same boat, per se. And so I feel like, if I remember correctly, her plot just didn't strike as much of a chord for me. I could be wrong. I guess I'll find out when I play this go around. But I don't recall, like, being super enthralled in her story. I mean, I might have been. But at the same time, I don't think I was. Not for any other reason other than, like, I think she was more of a like, revolutionist, like, revolutionary type of person, like, wanting to overthrow the rulers and take out corruption, which is a noble cause. Don't get me wrong, I love that cause, but it didn't enthrall me in the story as much as Bayek's plot did, I feel like. So in the end, I ended up being kind of, like, lost on it. It just wasn't my cup of tea. I love her as a character, though. I just think her story just didn't interest me as much. Like, her as a character is really cool. I love her personality. I love her design. Like, she's just really nice. I like her. But I feel like I'm not too fond of her plot. Which is unfortunate, because... I mean, again, I could be wrong. Like, we'll find out. Oh, hello. We will find out, but... Nice. A leap of faith. That wasn't a leap of faith. Where was the leap of faith supposed to go? Oh, over there. There we go. That one worked. Apparently I leaped to faith the wrong way. Which I didn't know you could do. But apparently you can. How unfortunate for me. God damn it. Of course. Expect me to do shit like that. Oh god. Alright, over here. I wonder what this little thing is, because like I'm going through Alexandria and I'm like, what is all of this? What is who and where and why? Ooh, pretty sphinx. Pretty sphinx. Tomb of Alexander the Great. I'm raiding his tomb? Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Alright, so I'm raiding Alexander's tomb. Damn, what'd he do? I don't know, I just kind of want to raid it. The armory. Can I get into the armory without being noticed? Yes. Come on. Yes. There it is. In the Qatar Depression, there is only one place that isn't dry and sad. At dawn's first light, there is one tree near the valley's entrance whose roots are halfway between Ra's glory and Apophi's shadow. Find me there, but make haste for Ra moves quickly. I see. I'm excited to do the papyri riddles because they have some very interesting solutions, and sometimes I do have to look it up in the chat, which is always like look it up on the Google, because it does baffle me sometimes. All right, so I've gotten what I needed there, but now I gotta find the treasure that's in the armory, which I'm a bit more nervous because I feel like the treasure is going to be,
God's here.
yeah. The treasury is one I'm gonna have to come back to, because there's no way I'm gonna make it to that. So we'll come back to that. Informal. Egyptians ate while reclining on one elbow. Couches, chairs, and other furniture would thus be used for other rooms. Found in... Oh, it loads fast, apparently. This game is not Genshin Impact. Also, don't mind me If you hear any noises, that's me getting salt. Because of my pots. So, ignore me. Nah, get your moment. Yeah, for real. I'm a little shocked.
Alexandrians, we must stand against the sickness that spreads in silence. Pah! This Gennadios, he seeks to stifle the Alexandrian poets? He knows not what kind of enemy we are. They may jail me, but I will not sell my blood to the death merchants of this regime.
I love the people in the background fighting over the chair.
Bayek, finally someone who appreciates my genius.
I don't know if I do.
My play has been confiscated.
You are attracting trouble.
Worse yet, they jailed my actors. All among the finest poets of Alexandria. They say if I attempt to put on the play, I will be put to death.
Be careful, Pharos. You are frail and brittle. You stick to writing, and I will help you find your play and actors.
Yeah. I wonder why that is. That does not... Sounds like you knew what you were getting into, my guy. So, a lot of the quests in this area appear to be relatively high level, but I can pick a few more up. Is this area over here fit for me to raid? Can I raid this area and still be okay? Let's find out.
By order of Philakitai Gennadios, all citizens must report unusual activity. In particular, a murderess is in hiding and believed to frequent this quarter. Gennadios will reward useful information most generously, but refusal to volunteer relevant information will be dealt with harshly. Citizens well know the anger of Gennadios. If you have information, make haste to share it.
Who was saying that? I just want to know who was saying that. I was trying to suss out who in that crowd was saying it, and I could not figure it out. Excuse me. Oh, I can 100% raid this boat. Come on.
Where are you?
I'm nowhere.
Hey! Got trouble here!
Do you? Get closer to the body. All of you get poisoned. Yes. Yes! Yes! Now all of you will take DOT.
No getting jumped.
I'm not jumping anyone.
Hello. That's odd.
Inaphonisaste volite.
Perfection.
Best not to draw attention here.
Did they all die? Incredible. Outstanding. I love that for me. Oh, it feels so good to have a bow that does actual, like, damage. Instead of a bow that's just kind of, like, there. Oh, yes. We leveled up. Hell yeah. Abilities. Ooh, we have 2 ability points. Fuck yeah. I'm gonna do enhanced warrior bow because that's been something that's I've been struggling with. Reduce arrow spread, which is something I've been trying to do and I didn't realize it was specifically a skill that you needed to unlock, because I was just so used to using it that I didn't realize. So I'm glad that I finally have it now.
I
Huzzah!
need someone for one quick job. It's good coin. No, not you. You keep going. Do not stop here. You, that insignia. You are a man of honor. There are so few remaining.
I am
The
a
fuck does
Medjay.
that mean?
I solve problems.
Good. I have one. A most precious treasure, which must be delivered today. You will be well compensated for your work. Here are some drachmas to start.
The city is much more expensive than I'm used to.
Good. It is settled. Follow me.
Okay, I'm just gonna do this quest.
The thing I ask you to do is of the utmost importance.
Yeah?
Of course it is.
Being a merchant is no simple matter, sir. I assure you, moving tiger skins or even statues is
Where are
not
you
easy
taking
work.
me?
Ah, these workers never when you tell them to be. As I was saying, you must be quick. Oh, do not stray from your task at all. I will know if you have. This is all I have left since the flood.
Seems you care a lot for your cargo.
This guy's
I
sus.
swear on her mother's grave she was sent from the gods to make Alexandria better.
She.
Oh.
I have your bodyguard, Kara. Do not let this be a repeat of the last time, daughter.
Oh, wait. No, this hardly seems to be what you asked.
Medjay, I will put drachmas down your throat as long as she is safe. And Kara, remember the reception tonight.
Oh, hello! Sorry, I was enveloped. Hello! Hi, everybody! Oh, hi, Mrs. McCoy. This is not your first time in the tomb. I know it's not. Hi, Alice D. Alice D? Hi, welcome to the stream. Welcome, everybody. Hello, Raiders. It's awesome to have you guys here. Yeah, Newbot. That is my little pet, my little ghosty goo on the screen, Cuddy Hesset. We call her Cuddy. They're just, they every time I start a stream, they're like, oh, new to the tomb, and I'm gonna work on that. I'm currently working on it, but the bot's a little fickle. So, yeah, new bot. But welcome, everybody. It's awesome to have you here. It's amazing to have you here, actually. And thank you so much for the raid. It means so much to me. We're playing Assassin's Creed Origins. And yeah. For those who don't know me, I'm Ramses. I'm your resident pharaoh back from the dead. And I'm a variety streamer that does a bunch of, random shit. Like, I do a bunch of weird stuff all the time. And you can see my schedule. I'm doing a bunch of really cool stuff. I'm currently playing on stream Assassin's Creed. I do Hyper Light Drifter and a bunch of Heart Machine games because I just love Heart Machine's games. I play Genshin Impact. I'm planning on integrating Honkai Star Rail on Wednesdays, so that's going to be exciting because that's coming out soon to PlayStation. What else do I play? I play rhythm games like Project Diva and... what other games? What is my Saturday game? Ugh, I don't remember. Hold on. Let me check my schedule, because I can't remember. I play Mega Man Battle Network. Oh, Spyro the Dragon. Did I not finish Spyro? I thought I finished Spyro. Oh, I'll have to check that. But, yeah, so that's kind of the, whole shtick. Yeah, I know, but your schedule's gotten so busy that the art streams might have to be put on hold for a little while. I'm sorry. Because, yeah, you're just so busy with other stuff that, you know, it might not be feasible. I know, it's so upsetting. We'll have to see. But yeah, welcome, Raiders. It's lovely to have you. Feel free to hang out. Feel free to lurk. Feel free to do any post-stream stuff. I appreciate you guys so much for stopping in. And feel free to hang out as long as you'd like. You are all welcome here, and I'm so happy to have you.
Not missing. I am so happy you have come to assist me, sir.
I have a feeling I'm going to hate this girl.
Fast. Do not worry.
Oh, of course. Thank you, my bull. You look just like Heracles. Perhaps I'll call you my Heracles.
I don't like this girl. This girl seems very agitating. Here, how about we... Okay, here. Get on the horse. Let's see if we can go here.
Finally. Change of plans, Heracles.
No.
Who? No matter. Child, it's time to return you home.
I will not go. Have you met the priests here? Dull.
Yeah?
No. I must go to the central market. I heard of new Persian linens. I need them.
No, you don't.
Or what?
I will scream, which will call the soldiers. Then, well, even if you survive, father will be quite angry.
Anubis, take this city. Are you Sekhmet in disguise? Sent to test me.
What was that?
Nothing.
Good. First, we must get my horse. She's been treated absolutely terribly without me around. I simply adore this part of the city. So rustic.
Oh my gosh, I hate this girl. This girl! Oh, she's gonna drive me up a wall.
You can smell it in the air. They live a truly simple life here.
The fuck does that mean? This girl's gonna steal this horse.
Young miss, it's so nice to see you again. As you asked, she has been given new shoes.
There now, was that so difficult?
Now out of my pay.
The deal was only to get you home, not to pay for your horse.
I'm sure my father would not be pleased with you discussing this in front of him, horseman.
Of course. I'll discuss it with your father.
Oh, Pegasus. I know you missed me. Yes, you did, you beautiful creature. If only you had wings. Time to go, bodyguard.
I hate this girl. Alright, come on, get on the horse. Oh my gosh. I want
I am taking you home, Princess Kara.
Oh, all you big broody types are the same. Never let me have any fun.
I want to throw you in the river.
I should just leave you here.
Yeah.
You're duty-bound to deliver me, are you not?
Who would know if I left?
Your conscience would, of course. Look there, bodyguard. That is where I had my first discussion with the soldier.
I am sure he was very grateful.
Oof.
We must stop at the market for more linens.
Why?
I will take you to your house as your father bade, and nowhere else. Now lead on.
You know, you are absolutely destroying my chances at getting the perfect linens.
Yeah, I'm about to leave her. For the fun of the fact that it's gonna give me money, I would abandon her right here, right now.
More serious than my usual bodyguards. You could move faster, bodyguard.
I'm moving as fast as I can.
Bayek.
Ah, you do know my name.
I remember all their names, you know?
Whose names?
The bodyguards. I send gifts to their families when I can.
Gara. Gara,
Yes?
if we go find your
It's
linens,
quiet today.
would you be happy?
Really? Of course!
Oh my gosh. Who needs money anyway? Yeah, really though. I just...
Have an interesting stare.
Oh, please don't flirt with me. Don't flirt with him. He has a wife.
You're close. Finally.
What do you need? Come on. I don't like how you run. You are just making me mad. Your whole it makes me mad.
Aha! Finally! These linens show some promise.
I mean, yeah.
Would you help me?
Ooh, I can name all the statues here. Oh, hey, you see the statue on the far right? I literally have this same exact one in the other room. I am not joking. It looks exactly like this, and I think that's really funny. So let's see here. There's the Great Bull, which tends to be associated with Amun. You've got the Hippo, which I don't think I need to get into that one. It's just ceramic hippo that's associated with multiple gods. You got Bastet, and then you've got Anubis over there. All right.
Bayek! Pegasus! They stole my horse!
Stay here. Do not leave.
Oh boy. I gotta go save the fucking horse. Alright. Stop running. What, you're afraid I'm gonna catch up? Oh, I found a new region. That's nice. How'd you get all the way over there? I don't like this. This whole quest is making me angry.
It is done.
Hey, Fatima, hurry! Hold the enemy! I must push on!
There's so many!
I will win the battle! Easy shot, well in range! Alarm! Over here! Don't take you! I can hit the target!
Oh god.
Hold the enemy!
Aha! Oh, no, I'm running. Not worth it! Oh, there are hippos that are trying to fight me now. Come on. Oh, God! Oh! He came after my neck! What the fuck? He came out of nowhere! Where did you come from? Where did you go? Where did you come from, Cotton Eye Joe? I don't appreciate this. Know where your enemies are. You can target an enemy with your eagle or by aiming at them with your bow. Long live the sheep. The most important animal to farmers was the sheep. Yes, it's true. Sheep are great. And also they're one of the few animals that doesn't just like die when you take its fur. It just kind of, it's meant to be sheared. It's very nice. Sheep are very cool. They're the ultimate like animal in my opinion for farmers. They're amazing. Cuz they do so much. They do so much good thing. And literally taking the wool from them is healthy for them. They benefit from the wool being taken. If you didn't know that about sheep, now you do. Aha! Oh, I didn't mean to shoot her. Come here.
It is done.
Bless you. Somebody sneezed
Whoa
in, here
there,
in this
guy.
room.
Hey, time to get you home.
How much you want to bet the girl's been abducted now?
Pegasus, huh? I like it. It suits a horse.
Oh look,
I like your spirit.
she's not here.
Over here, Bayek.
Oh no, she is. He's gonna yell at me for leaving her.
Papa, since Pegasus was limping, Bayek went to deal with her shoe. It was only gone a moment.
Ah, I heard some commotion, but according to my little princess, you're the hero of the day.
Can he always be my bodyguard?
No.
Please, Father?
How much does it cost to hire a Medjay permanently?
I am here only a short while.
Alas. Then allow me to grant you a hero's pay for a hero's service.
I think. How much does that give me? How much money does that give me? Only 500! Fucking rip off! Absolutely not. Not worth it. Not worth it! I've been scammed. Scammed, I tell you. Cruelty! Cruelty! Ha ha ha. God damn it. Alright, where is this papyrus? Alright, it's right over there. Adjust. Okay, so there's papyrus over here in the Great Synagogue, and it's gonna be a papyrus puzzle, but I'm hoping it gives me enough experience to level up, because every time I level up I get a little point, and I like getting points. It's nice to get points. And I don't think I need to like sneak around in this area. I don't think it's like guarded or anything. Excuse me. Nature's Way. In the east section of the Canopus Gnome is a ravaged land where many trees fell and lost their home. I'm by the orphan tree whose parents fell nearby, pointing towards their lonely daughter. Aw. That's very, like, nice to hear. What's this little question mark over here? I'm just kind of exploring because I don't want to do quests. I want to level up a bit more before I do more quests, so that way it's easier. Because obviously you get more ability points and then your attack goes up, and soon I'm gonna need to stop running. Soon I'm gonna need to level up my gear too. Okay, I need wood. I have enough skins, but I need wood. Where is the wood? Gotta be some, right? There's some over there. You guys missed it. Earlier I was looking for wood and I found some, and it was actually really close by, which was really nice. Until I found that it was in the water. And this wouldn't be an issue if it weren't for the fact that the actual horse and carriage was being stopped from, was like having trouble spawning in and loading in because of the fact that there was a boat there. And when it did load in, it just fucking went underwater and just submarined its way through a giant lake, and I still don't know what to think about it. I just kind of watched it go. Well, water is scary. I don't like it. You also missed earlier when I was screaming about diving in the water. That wasn't very fun at all. I didn't enjoy that one. Alright. There's wood over here.
Distract the enemy. We have
Oh, what? Take photo?
distract the enemy. I will push through.
Nice! Ah, damn! I gotta boost my health. I died a lot in this game, but I think that's to be expected when you play Assassin's Creed. If you're not dying all the time, then what are you doing? I'm the eye of the sky. You send to scout the area, tab up for a bird's eye view of your surroundings, literally. You can change the game's difficulty at any time. Oh, that's nice, though. I like that you could do that. Where did the wood go? Oh, it's over there now. Alright, we're gonna try this again. Take two. Because we want more wood.
Shit! Neb in trouble!
Nice. Let's not. Where the wood guy? There he is. Now let's run away. Crafting available. Boom. Nice. We have a much better quiver now. We're gonna keep pinning this. Oh, now I need the copper. Which there's one right down here. Can you tell I am obsessed with the notion of growth? Aha! It was like fucking immediate. That gave me so much bronze. Holy shit. Manager Jed never died, if I remember correctly. They also did all the exploration before any of the quests, though. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm kind of doing all the exploration and stuff first because it's helpful. I'm also leveling up a bit more because, well, if you don't level up your stuff, it becomes significantly harder to handle. That's so far away. I kind of don't want to go after that. So we're gonna hold off on that until more bronze comes into the area. Just because it's a little bit more difficult. This way. That's the armory. I can't really raid that. That feels like... This I know for a fact is a huge camp, so that's not worth raiding right now. We'll go check out the Shifty Scribe quest. And see what that has to offer. We're just gonna do some like little mini quests here and there. Because it might give us some nice little goodies, you know? And if we come across some copper, we'll take it. Alright. Kind of come up around here. I would spout some fun facts that I know about Alexandria, but the fact of the matter is this is the topic where I am out of my depth. I have no knowledge on ancient Greece or ancient Rome. Like, that is just not me.
It's fine. A peripatetic philosopher. It's a shame what has happened to you.
Oh, is it?
Curse the king. Curse this miserable city. Curse you, Doros. May they all rot.
What's up, lady? You good?
Who are you? One of Eudoros Philakis?
I am no friend of Eudoros.
Has brought nothing but sorrow to my husband Aristo. The great poet philosopher, jailed. Jailed for writing beautiful things.
Words are a powerful weapon.
My love spent years writing his masterwork. Years. Then Eudoros plagiarized it and passed my husband's genius off as his own.
Oof.
And Aristo took him to court.
Months of arguments. In the end, my husband is beaten, ridiculed, and tossed in a cage.
Is this what passes for justice in Alexandria?
Oh, my dear man. If you right this wrong, my husband and I can flee this city and be done with this ordeal.
All right, will do. Sounds easy enough.
I know of a boat that will take him on the southern docks. I will wait for you.
Okay.
Please.
To Aristo of Alexandria. My friend Eudoros is claiming all the work on the Nile in the book is his. Your life is in danger. He is charging you with plagiarism. Your friend Phanos. Unfortunate. Alright, well, we can free him. I don't think that should be much of a problem. Are those rats? Oh, look at how cute they are. Hi. Can I pet you? No. You're just gonna scamper away? How dare you? Where are you going? Why are you climbing up there? That doesn't seem very productive to me. Alright, so climb up here. Anything around this area? Excuse me. Coming through. Alright, target in proximity. Well, I found him. Whoa! Those guys fucking newmed. I love watching as like resources just like neum across the map. It's really funny. Where did they go? They're like gone. Oh, oh, oh. I need this.
Block the way! Give me time to get loose!
Nice. Okay. Oh shit. Okay, good. Alright, come on, let's go after this guy. There we go.
Hey, what? That's it. Die. Shit!
Alright. Nice!
Wait a second. Rip you to shreds.
Oh, will you now? Nice! Oh, hell yeah. Come here. Come on.
Stay behind me, Gideon. Cannot escape.
Yes! Hell yeah, there we go! Where are all these guards coming from? Nice! Oh, where are you all coming from? I will do no such thing. Where are you all coming from? Stop it! There! Oh my gosh! Oh! There were so many for what? I almost died there too. A little spooky. Alright, and here's where I start to take a step back. Actually, I have enough crystals to upgrade my clipper again, so... Another one? Oh, it's just my luck. All right. Look at that. Perfect. Anywhere else? Oh my gosh, it just keeps getting better. Oh! Ah, damn! I got so close. I'm gonna try again. First time doesn't work, try again. Thankfully, if you kill something, usually it ends up staying dead, so that's helpful. So unfortunate, so unfortunate. I was so in the game, too. That's okay. It happens, it happens. Alright, reveal chest. Generic eagle attack chest. It's very useful to find hidden chests in locations. Okay, let's try this again. Aha. Come on. Load, please. I'm gonna go after that. Let's go after it. Perfect. And then I have enough copper now. Now I just need to find the other one. There's one right there. Where? How are you moving so fucking fast? Chill. What are y'all doing? Are you good?
Hurry! Keep the Arcondas safe.
Come on! Stop running! There we go. Perfect! So how we all feeling? We all doing okay? We all feeling alright? I'm very excited for after the stream. And here's why. We're having mac and cheese. And I'm so fucking excited. I am just so excited for macaroni and cheese. Mac. Yeah, really. Mac. I'm just so hyped for mac and cheese. It's bacon jalapeno mac and cheese, to be specific. Which is even more exciting. Okay, so that's too far for me to care. So we're gonna go do the quest. But yeah, I am so hype. I want bacon mac and jalapeno cheese. Ooh, crumble up chips on top.
Protector. Keep that one again. He deserves it. Get them. Keep that one next. That one smells vile. Look out! Be wary. He's scared. He has bugs. Bugs!
There we go. All right, come here, bud. Not you. Get out of here.
Lambrook, you have more courage than Achilles himself. You've released me from daily beatings.
We should go, quickly.
The Vlachos broke my hip. Be careful, I pray you.
Nah.
We must get out of this city. We must flee. Those damned guards will find me. Egypt is no place for a philosopher.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, right now. Okay, so like, who is my least favorite character in the game so far? Like, main character? Or like, sub-character, like any character? Because it's different depending on the answer to that question. Can I... Let me grab you. Thank you.
Your wife tells me to get you out of Alexandria.
My wife, the dear woman, yes. There's a boat in port. Take me there. That Eudorus, what a detestable man. He couldn't forgive me for writing a better book. It was a book about denial, full of marvelous descriptions. I'm very good at descriptions, if I do say. That's why Eudorus...
Aristo! Over here! The boat is ready! We set sail as soon as you are aboard!
My wife! Thank the beneficent gods! We made it!
I thought your hip was broken.
I'm so grateful that you're free.
You should leave. The Phylakitai will surely come after you.
Yeah, the one girl that I just had to escort is probably my least favorite. Kara, she makes me mad.
May the gods look over you on your journey.
My beliefs on duty and honor are ambivalent, but I can see that you have done yours. If all of Egypt was filled with men of your virtue, life would be divine.
Well, that's nice. Excuse me. Alright, let's see what this is about, because there's a quest over here, too. Serapis Unites. And that's a level 10 quest, so... Let's go check that one out, as well as the area over there. Which I feel like is going to be... a library of some sort. Considering that Serapis... There's a statue of Serapis probably there. And in this area, there's a lot of, like, Serapis statues. If I remember correct, isn't Serapis the weird, god that is essentially a combination of Osiris and Hades? Isn't that what who Serapis is? In a nutshell, essentially? Like, isn't that the hypothesis for his origin? Is, the combination between Osiris and Hades? Which is really weird to me, all things considered. Because the two couldn't be further apart from each other in terms of story. Like, Hades' story is completely different from Osiris's story, and the two can be interpreted in vastly different ways. Because I haven't met a single person who would interpret, if you took the legends and you placed them right in front of a person, I can't imagine a single person who would interpret Osiris to be anything but, like, a gentle deity. Like, I don't... Like a gentle deity who has a love for the arts, a passion for his people, and a deep caring soul. Like, I cannot think of anyone. Meanwhile, Hades, it depends on which interpretation of the legend you're reading. For him, of whether or not he is depicted as a good or a bad deity. Like a malevolent or a benevolent deity. Which is interesting for the duality of Greco-Roman culture, but it's not so great when you're trying to blend two cultures together that have very vastly different gods of the underworld. It also feels like Kemet just has more gods that pertain to the underworld too, because like there are a lot of them. because the underworld is such a big, like, Arugu and the Duat are such a big, like, motivator for Kemetic mythology. So, I don't know. It's just me rambling at this point, just spewing my thoughts into reality. Don't know if it's of any interest, but... Alright, nearby hidden papyrus. It's around here. What's in there? The Stone Cave. Excuse me. In the south section of Maritoa... At the south section of the lake, there is an island full of ruins. A man stares at me all day. It's quite a bother, so I'm hiding behind a column that blocks his sight. Interesting. And then there's a quest as well, right here. So, let's go get that and the, vantage point. Because that would be smart to do. It is up. Obviously. It's a vantage point. And that way we can synchronize with Senu, which makes life easier. Come on, let me out. Oh my god, Bayek. Go, thank you. Why was that so hard?
And Senu. So sad to see the Serapion so quiet.
Alright, what do you want? What do y'all want?
Great Serapis. Are you as merciful as Amun?
Welcome, brother.
Thank you, priest.
It is good to see Egyptians come back. Since my drummer was jailed, it has been quiet.
The silence is striking.
A tanner jailed my drummer. Accused him of stealing a precious Nubian lion skin from the Daivats. Poor soul even worked for him. Tragic. He is an honest man.
Leave this in my hands, priest.
Alright, looks like we're saving another person.
My drummer is in the Kibotos arsenal nearest the library. Serapis walk with you.
We want to sort that by level. Alright, and we'll do...
You, priest.
We'll do Serapis Unites. Wow. Just because it's here. Might as well. Oh, it's looking like I might end up raiding this camp after all. I know I shouldn't, like... What? Bayek. I know I shouldn't, like, jump off of ledges and stuff, but I can't help it. Alright, let's see. There it is. I see. So I'm rating this. Oh, there's a brazier. Excuse me, that's gonna make this a little bit more challenging than where I thought it was gonna be. Okay, well, I mean, you guys get to see me raid a camp, so that's very exciting. Like a nice big camp. I mean, not a big camp, but a decently sized camp, I think. So let's see.
They will attack on sight here.
Alright, is there... Nobody's up here.
Where?
Did I hit him?
Good as dead.
Trouble here!
That's a promise.
Hmm.
On my way!
They're all coming.
Stay in their villages, tending the damn sheep. We'll be ready if they come, Adelphi. Got you! End has come for you.
Ooh. All right.
I see you!
No, everything's fine.
Damn it! We must keep up.
Ha ha ha! Look at that! That was some great damage. Emotional damage. Anyway. Alright. We got this area all cleared out, which is very exciting. I've sabotaged that. Killed Captain, I need to kill the commander. There's one treasure there, and I don't know where the second one is. So the first one's... Oh, I see. They're both over there. Okay. That's good, at least. Come on. Nice! Oh, it feels so good to get a headshot in. Alright, if I... Let's see. There feels like there's someone on the other side of this wall? Or is that just how it's reacting to these guys over here? It's just pushing them to the other side. Oh no, there is someone on the other side of this wall. There's two someones. Okay. That makes more sense. He's up there. Nice. We're just coming through here. Like, it's great. We're making great progress. We're in a very advantageous position right now. Because, like, the thing is if you get detected by, like, one person, it can completely destroy your entire kind of element of surprise. Like, you just completely get, like, taken down. And it's a bit frustrating, but at the same time, it's understandable because that's how it would be in the real world. Like, NPCs aren't stupid. Like, they're not supposed to be. But it's very nice to be able to kind of...
You! Yeah, big guy! You have got the look of a man who can heft things. Namely, me and my injured foot.
Yeah, I got that all taken care of. Don't worry.
Then get me out of here, Medjay!
Yeah, that's fair. No, but, into the Hell Bay. Hell Bay? Hey, Bale! The Hell Bay! Yes, the Hail Bay. No, into the Hay Bale. Okay, one guy's done. Nice! Okay, I think that's it. Cleared. Oh, lovely. Wonderful! There's a bunch of loot up here. And I will snatch all of it. There's a lot of loot all over the place. Okay. Phylakitai, Order 251. We're looking for a dangerous armed woman suspected of murdering the noble Actaeon. Take some men and look for her in the Egyptian district. She is probably hiding there. Don't hesitate to kill her if she resists. Yikes. Ooh, carbon crystal. Ooh, hell yeah. We like those. Oh, I wish I snuck in through this way, because then I could have used this, which is really good. Ammo full. Do I have enough to... I don't have to craft that, but I don't want to craft that. Oh, I just cracked my neck. Okay, I think that's enough. Alright, so we've gotten this area. Alright, come on, bastard.
I cannot help but think. You seem cheerful for a man unable to walk.
My hand is going through his pants.
This is the best day of my life. My foot will cost that Tana.
Surely your health is worth more than that.
If I can prove nothing, you would be correct. That is where you come in, friend.
What do you mean? Get your hand out of the— I can't help it! This is just how it goes, apparently. How the fuck do I get out of here? Oh, I see. Okay. There's steps over here. What is this? Oh! Those are bodies. Okay, I understand. I got it. I see.
What is it you think I can do?
Find the fools who stole it, of course. Return that skin and clear my name.
Who stole the lion skin?
I turned away from the lion skin for a moment, and a bandit nabbed it and ran away. I lost him in the crowd. It happened in the Egyptian district. The guards, of course, blame me. Tough life being an Egyptian in Alexandria.
I will find them then.
Go on.
What happened to your foot?
Skin. I will be fine. Just need to rest my leg.
You're not
Then I will
resting
go and
it.
meet the priest. You will clear my name.
You are not resting that leg at all. My good sir. This game has a bit of logic holes in it. Don't. Alright. We're just gonna let the game autopilot for me. How are we all doing today? We all okay? Just here's my check-in. Y'all feeling alright? Y'all vibing? I think I'm going the wrong way. Is there anyone that has iron around here? I see coin. I see pelts. There's that one. Let's see if I can get this guy. I wish my horse moved faster. My haunts. Move faster, my haunts. Lovely. Oh no, I lit a horse on fire. My bad. And now I have enough to craft. Hell yeah. Well, I guess now it's time to start leveling this up. Because, I'ma be honest. This one definitely needs. I die a little too often in this game. But I'll collect the leather. When the time comes. But for now, we'll let the game autopilot me to where I need to go. Did we just make the points Haunces? No, but seriously though, what would we make the points? Because there's a lot we could make the points, but I'm not fully sure what it would be. Like, I'm kind of lost on what I would make it. You know what I mean? I don't know. just seems like something where I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna make it. So yeah. It's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm like, there's a bunch of stuff I could make the channel points, but I'll have to figure something out. Maybe something you'd find in a tomb. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that could work. Yeah, it seems like a smart idea. I think that could work. I think I'm gonna end the stream a little early today, by the way. Because I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling under it right now. Like, I'm starting to get really tired. My hip hurts. So I might end the stream a little early. I know this is sudden. I was, like, ranting on and on and on at the beginning of the stream, but I don't know. I'm just kind of feeling down. So I might end the stream, like, an hour early today. Haven't decided yet. Maybe I'm just hungry. Can make it Sistrums. Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'm hungry. Maybe that's why I'm, like, really tired. That could be low blood sugar. I haven't eaten all day. Yeah, I had some strawberries, and that's, like, it. Well, I already had strawberries, and I don't want to eat too much of one food, because if you eat too much of one food, then you'll get sick, you know? So you want to be careful about that. Oh, thank you.
A dead breed should stay dead.
A dead breed should stay dead. Holy shit. The fuck do you take me for, a dog?
Take him out.
We're just missing each other. There. There we go. I think other food would probably be smart. Confirm the kill.
This is the skin? Oh, this poor beast. Blue is no color for a lion.
Oh my god, did they dye the skin blue? Oh no. I don't like that one bit. Alright, return to the priest. Yeah, she was kind of just like, normal day for normal people. She could not give any less of a shit. Okay, but I see some skins out there in the wilderness. And I'm eyeing them. Alright, I'm just gonna, like, because all of this is up. I'm gonna just kind of, like, climb. Yeah, skin. I'm hungry. Bye, egg. Bye, egg. What? That's chiseled enough to climb. No, we both know it. There are enough grabby holes on this. Let me climb! Oh my gosh. There. I'm in. And my voice might have cracked. I couldn't tell. My voice always cracks, though. I don't know why. It's just kind of like a part of my voice. I just get...
This man is a thief!
Peace, Theon. He claims to not have stolen a thing. Do you wish Serapis displeased with you?
No.
I am going to sue you for my broken leg, you naked idiot!
That is not helping.
I knew. I am the wronged party here. My skin was stolen.
And if you want it back, you will pay him for his suffering. And make amends by kneeling to Serapis.
This is your answer, priest? Extortion? Fine.
I fear Serapis and I have a long road ahead of us. Blessings on your journey, brother.
By heck, once a piece. That's a good way to respond to that. Oh, we leveled up. Oh, good. Good. All right. Bless you. I heard you sneeze over there. Ability points. I got 1. Not enough. Not enough to advance. So... we're not going to. Oh, thank you so much for following, S. Julian. I appreciate it so much. Welcome to the tomb. Thank you for joining the shopsies.
If you have need.
There is one thing. There has been food taken by the guards malignly in the name of Serapis. They take a tithe, then take double for themselves. They bring it to their arsenal and share it with their Phylakitai. The people now starve. I worry it will get worse.
Do not worry, priest. I will see the people fed.
I will await among the people at the docks.
Right. Thank you so much for the follow. It truly does mean the world and underworld to me. We're just playing Assassin's Creed Origins, and as I'm sure you know, I'm Ramses, your resident pharaoh back from the dead. I am a VTuber who currently is unable to use a model because, well, life sucks. 3D modeling and streaming at the same time, not the best. But yes, hello, welcome, thank you. I'm glad to have you here. I'm very pleased. And enjoy your stay. It's a pretty chill time here. You don't need to talk if you don't want to. You can just lurk, and that's totally fine. But thank you for your support, and I appreciate it so much. All right, we're gonna get my steed, and the cart is en route from the Northwest Market to the Arsenal. I don't know if I'm high enough. Is it gonna go into the Arsenal? Because last I checked, the Arsenal, oh, it's all the way over there. Ooh, shit. Alright, I'm gonna come around an obelisk. Then circle back around. Nope. What? What is that? Oh, is that? That's Waterous. Okay. Thank you. Yes. Nice.
From Serapis. You guards are supposed to uphold the law. Pathetic. This food will be put to much better use.
Okay, got that down. Let's go to this guy. There we go.
This food will serve the people well.
Huzzah! I love this game. It's a great game. I didn't... Let me go. I love this game. I think this game is beautiful. It's a wonderful game. It's very fun. And also, I suck at steering carts. Can you tell? But no, I love this game. I've played this game a little bit. This is actually the first Assassin's Creed game I've ever played. I haven't played any other before this one. It was recommended to me, obviously, given my aesthetic. So I was like, all right, well, I'll play it. And when I got it, it was actually on sale. And then I just fell in love with it, and I've been having a great time ever since. I stream it once a week, so it's a great time. It's an awesome time, actually. I was gifted water ice, so. don't mean to run them over. They get in my way. Oh my god. So... Okay, there. Alright, where's the priest? I played every except Black Flag and Syndicate. Oh, that's so fair. I plan on playing all of them on stream eventually. But
This Seni is more than I expected. The people will be served by Serapis today.
May you walk lightly in his steps, priest.
And you, Magi.
I think it's a bit of both. I think I can't drive and the horses can't walk. I think it's a mixture of the two, if I'm being honest. Alright, let's see here. Oh, really? Okay, I'll have to check that out then. I'll have to play that on stream at some point. So, let's see. Let's do Ulterior Votive. Because we should get back to doing quests. We've explored this area a lot. We've gotten a lot of the stuff that we can get down. I know I could go out to these areas, but these areas are all like heavily fortified camps and stuff. So, not really worth it right this second. So, we'll go and we'll teleport over here to handle this. Alright, hold on. This is from Origins. Game is more like an RPF game. I really like those. Yeah. Not gonna lie, this series would be really fun to continually do on stream chronologically when you get the chance. I agree, honestly, but the question is do you do it based off of release timeline or based off of, like, the historical timeline? Are you gonna do it via the Assassin's timeline or the actual, like, story timeline? I like the stealth games a lot. Alright, let's see what we got.
Tell me of the fake mummies being sold here.
Ooh, graphical glitch.
Menehet sent me. Your silence is an insult to his holy office.
Yeah, I wish to anger neither him nor the gods. We are forced to sell items of lesser quality, or see our stalls destroyed.
Who is behind this?
I can say no more now. Let us meet tonight, where the village turns to farmland.
Okay. Oh, he's just booking it. Alright. Let's grab my horse. Where is my horse? My horse is right there, apparently, and I didn't see it. They're so angry. For what? I mean, I understand why. Cat! Can I pet you? Will you let me pet you? Let me pet you! This cat's got places to be. Alright. Temple of Sekhmet. Oh! Look at all them chickens! And there they go. Alright, so meeting at the farmland. I wonder who's gonna get there first. Probably me. Just got a sleep shield in the game, so if I block, they eventually will fall asleep. Oh, I gotta test that out because that sounds funny as hell. And really fun to play with. All right. So I guess I'm just gonna like wait for him because it's not. I don't have the thing to fast forward time, so. Let's raid the area, I guess. It's just holding it over. What's in here? Baket, you're one of the best merchants we deal with. Continue the good work. We're going to send you a big stock of mummies. We need them to be sold by the end of the month. That sounds suspicious. Oh, you're here. Hello.
My friend, I I am glad to see you have kept our appointment. Come, sit with me and share a drink of wine.
I do not have time for that.
It is a beautiful night. Let us enjoy the coolness of the air for a moment before turning to business.
Merchant, I am not here to take in the air. Who is behind the traffic of false icons?
Well, you see, it is no simple story. There are many involved in this terrible affair, but they would all tell you the same thing. Pity the trusting man, for he suffers great pain. Seek evil, and you will always find it.
Oh man.
Medjai scum. No one will find your body once we feed you to the crocodile.
Sailing unknown waters always brings the risk of shipwreck.
Oof. Yeah, let's take that down.
See what your guts look like.
Nice. Oh, it's so satisfying to win a conflict. Right.
A man who fights as well as you can perhaps afford to be trusting.
Talk, or you will meet the same fate as your friends.
That will
Kick
not be
your ass.
necessary. Among the dunes, southeast of here, is the bandit camp where the fake mummies are made. I suppose you would go and destroy it now.
Better I smash the camp than your head.
Why not do both? We can do both. This guy's clearly not innocent.
Destroying these forgeries will earn the favor of the gods. As Ra lives, what a disgrace.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Apparently, when you eat water ice and nothing else, you end up burping, and I am apologizing for that. My bad. Don't attack me, please. I am not in your way. What do you have? Copper. Okay. Okay. And speaking of which, I am out here. So I might as well look around to see if there are any animals about, but I don't. Oh, I see some over here, so I'll go grab them real quick because I need to level up my breastplate. Oh. I feel like I've raided this camp already. Oh, I love using long distance. It's just so satisfying. There's one more there and then one more there, and I don't think there are any more other than those two. There we go. Gosh, long distance makes me so happy. Alright, destroy the caches of false religious archives.
This is heavily guarded.
It's not heavily guarded anymore. Can I take the arrows out of them? Because I would like those back. Thanks. And these guys don't seem to have a lot of them, so...
Will rest easy.
Okay. There's a yellow indicator at the top. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. I did in fact already raid this. I was like, this looks familiar. And I was like, I swear I raided this area before, and I guess I should have waited until I got this quest. Oh, hallucination. Oh, I also got that stone circle, which was nice. Oh, yes! Oh, lots of hyenas. I mean, lots of hides. Oh, I missed. Fuck. You see the red thing? There's a... Yeah, I know what you mean. Thank you, though. I appreciate it. Oh, I missed again. Come on. There we go. Oh. Oh. Hallucination of a tree. Nah, that's an actual tree. There was no hallucination there. Oh, vultures? Oh, isn't this in a papyrus puzzle? Hmm. Oh well. I'll get to the papyrus puzzles later down the line. But what I can do is increase the strength of that. Because that's something I needed to do. We'll pin that. And if I see any more leather that isn't out of the way, like that one's not out of the way, so I want to grab that. Then I'll go grab it, and then I'll grab more crocodile skin too while I'm at it. So that way we can get the breastplate to a higher level. Why do I have this horse? I have my own horse. What am... Okay. Oh, flies? Oh. The swarm of... I think it's locusts or cicadas. Oh, and there's the Ghost Rider. I love the mirages. Oh yeah, there's the storm. It's always so interesting to me. Oh my gosh, chill out. I don't want to keep hearing the buzzing. Thank you though. Very cool effect. One time from a desert hallucination, there were meteors and I thought it was bringing me to a side quest. I'm pretty sure there is, if I remember correctly, from the last time I played this game, which was a while ago. Last time I played this game was last year. But if I remember correctly, there is a side quest that does include a meteor. Spent 15 minutes on that. Ah, that sucks. At least you had a fun time. I do love the desert mirages, though. They're one of my favorite things about this game. Oh, I wandered far. Sapi Resno. Well, found another area. Granted, it's probably way too high level for me. Yeah, it's still too high level for the stream file that I have going on right now. Yikes. That's okay. Alright. Come up through here, come through there. I'm just trampling over their crops, no big deal. Up over here. Oh my goodness. Well, how far away are you? Where is this? Oh, shush. That runs over villagers. If you go to the top right of the map, there's a swamp and there are like packs of 20 deers. It's a level 35 area, but you always one-shot deer. So you could go there, but there are leopards too. Yeah. I think I know where you're talking about. I think, because I think I've reached it in my other file. But thank you for the advice. I'll definitely take note of that, so that way next time, because I've jumped like 10 levels this stream alone, so I'm sure I could make it there very quickly.
Here you are.
But thank you, I appreciate it so much.
How can I ease the burdens of an old friend?
Tonight, we will stage a grand spectacle. Our goddess Sekhmet defends the people against Isfet's chaos.
But Pamu, our champion, is nowhere to be found. The High Priest will judge me responsible for his absence.
I'll have a look.
Sekhmet bless you. His home is near the market, but check the tavern first.
It pains me to ask you for a further favor.
Pamu does like a drink now and again.
He's drunk. Lady of the Slaughter. Oh, he's already in proximity. Okay, over there. I could just kind of walk there because it's only 100 meters. That's not too far at all. That's walking distance. Alright, come through here. Thank you. Excuse me. I like how you can just kind of talk to random people. And they have like nothing special to say. They won't... Nothing interesting at all. Yep. Alright, what do you need, my good sir? Oh boy.
Man stinks of beer.
Picks him up.
Thank you. I've been trying to get him to leave for hours.
He's just conked. I'm taking him back. It's just like, hey, look at this drunk guy. Look at him. He's just wasted out of his mind. There's nothing he can do. Pathetic. Makes me think of that meme. What's wrong with manslaughter? Can't man laugh. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that has the same vibe. All right. You move so much slower when you're carrying someone. I wonder why. Oh my gosh, where am I going with him? It's still 100 meters. I hope it's in the temple. Otherwise, this is going to be very depressing for me. Apparently not. Back here? Maybe? Yes! I found your man.
Menehet.
That is Pamu. What has happened to him?
He's drunk.
His passion for toasting Sekhmet has exceeded his head for drink.
Alright, good night. Take care of yourself. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it so much. And have a wonderful rest of your night. Feel free to stop by anytime you'd like. We always are here to welcome you. So yeah, good night. Sleep well. Don't let the scarabs bite.
He will take care of the rest.
Alright. Speak to the High Priest about replacing Pamu. O Sekhmet, source of strength and mercy, I am beset by sorrow and many troubles, wounded by injustice and the offensive wrongdoing of others. Grant me the strength to meet adversity with quiet courage and unshaken will. Interesting. Alright, so we go over there to see about a replacement for Pamu. Alright.
Your Holiness, I am here to fight for Sekhmet.
You're not Pamu.
He was meant to play Sekhmet.
Pamu is ill. He is recovering at the temple.
Fine. Follow me.
Do not fear. Sekhmet will receive a fine tribute.
Beloved of Sekhmet, who illumines the double land with her flame, we give thanks for your presence on this sacred night. We invite your witness on the solemnity of our customs.
I love this whole cutscene, this whole scene.
Cling too strongly to your hearts. Isfet, the evil one, shall smite the goddess. And condemn Yamu to 100 seasons of darkness. But should your hearts be pure, the goddess shall favor us, shielding us from the obscurity of chaos. Let the battle begin! Time untold. Sekhmet the lioness has shielded us from Isfet's greed. Isfet was once husband to Ma'at, goddess of order. Tampering with her scales of judgment, he grew fat on the souls of mortals. Ma'at cast him out of the hall of justice. In his hunger, he returned.
Oh god.
But Sekhmet knew his heart and guarded the door against.
Wait, which one is Sekhmet?
Their battle
Which one is
lasted
Isfet?
20 days and
Which
nights.
one is Isfet?
Sekhmet subdued the Lord of Chaos. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. The lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness. And better Sekhmet's might enliven your arm.
Let's go!
Sekhmet's might enliven your arm.
Sekhmet, chase away
The
our battle.
lioness's fangs will cleave the darkness. The warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos. Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. Sekhmet's might enlivens your arm. Look, his weapon is bathed in Sekhmet's fire. The warrior of Sekhmet beats back chaos.
Ooh. There we go. Nice. Doing Lady Sekhmet proud. Yeah, fuck yeah.
There you were the Blood Eater herself.
Ah. No, the priest's recounting of the battle between the goddess and Isfet was new to me.
It is a tale of his own invention. You will not hear it outside Yamu. Would that you'd agree to stay with us longer. But I know that greater duties call you.
I'll say goodbye to the children before I leave.
Do so. They'll miss you. You are always welcome in Yamu, whenever your journeys bring you to our Nome.
That's very sweet. Lady of Slaughter. Yes, Sekhmet costume.
The mask and staff of the goddess as poor tokens of our respect.
It turned on the hood. Wear it? Okay. I can wear it. It's nothing like too special. It just looks like that. Nothing too unique. Kind of just looks like everything else. I might put on... This one's cool. I kind of like this one. I can change it up by doing this one instead. What's this quest? Birthright. Okay. Is this another temple quest? Because if so, that'd be really, really funny. Yeah, lots of the outfits are very nice. I agree. I like a lot of them. I think a lot of them are really cool. What's this? Ooh.
Strange to see bodies left out like this. The embalmer must know more.
That's incorrect. That's not how they're supposed to be laid out. Hello, Bazaar.
It is a shame to see 3 dead left neglected. What happened?
They were just brought here, Magi. A family struck down by the sword. Only the daughter, Ira, survived. She carried them here one by one. Poor girl. All by herself now. A tragic story.
That's a shame.
Indeed. Where is she now?
You can find her on the abandoned date farm near the road.
Oh, the dates! No, not the dates.
Sounds like a woman worth meeting.
I had a whole conversation last stream about honey dates, and that was a whole trip. I was essentially talking about how honey dates are like an aphrodisiac, and how in the language of food you shouldn't give honey dates to anyone unless you have specific romantic feelings for them, because they are symbolic of very specific romantic things. So yeah, that was a pretty fun stream. Throughout that whole stream, I didn't anticipate for people to be as interested as they wound up being over the whole conversation. And then people ended up getting like really enveloped in it, and it was kind of cool. Just sharing my knowledge on food language was really fun, and honestly, nice change of pace.
Must be looking for Iras. Best lay low, and hope she does too.
Nice. Thank you. Okay, so I see a couple soldiers here and there, but there aren't many. Only like a few. So I don't feel like I should have to hide.
Not so far.
There we go.
Hey.
Oh, there's another one.
Hang on.
She's in you well. Pray none of the soldiers heard that.
Alright, let's see. There's a lot of shit I could pick up here. Oh no! Well, I guess I accidentally set fire to shit. Whoops. Don't you love when you accidentally commit arson? Okay.
Hail in peace, Iras. All I want is to speak with you.
The last monk to say so. Murdered my family.
I've come to help you, Iras.
How do you come to know my name?
A priest told me of you.
Ah. My kin have owned this land for centuries, but left it barren until now. A soldier came to us, saying his master held a deed of sale. My father refused to concede the property. Then, well, the rest is as you know it.
What will you do?
The farm is my birthright. I will work it as long as I can.
I can ensure you are not harassed by soldiers.
You may try. The villa they spoke of lies northwest of here, on the road to Alexandria.
Alright. Time to raid a villa.
If you fail, tell the world I died preserving my family's legacy.
Oh my gosh. Girl, chill out. I got this. And also, if he fails, he dies. Like, that's just how this goes here. I like how there's like this option in a lot of games nowadays where, something about you saying, girl, chill out. Girl, chill out. I got this. But no, it's like, I feel like after Undertale's release, a lot of games started coming out where there was like a pacifist way to handle all situations. Which is fine, there's nothing wrong with that. But I feel like it's most games now. So it feels good to play this game where you could just kind of like solve all your problems with violence. There's like a sense of satisfaction to that. I don't know why. It's just like this feeling of just, I've already raided this area. It's just this feeling of like being able to just kind of solve problems in a way that is not like considered ethical. It's very nice. It's kind of cathartic in a way. Like Assassin's Creed, I feel like is kind of a guilty pleasure for me because it feels so cathartic and so kind of like indulgent in how they handle stuff, and it's a nice change of pace, I think, in my opinion. It's a very nice change.
I should not be seen in this area.
Nice.
Hey, hold on.
Yes, the water ice did help quite a bit. No, quite a bit. Excuse me. It didn't solve all my problems, but it did help significantly. Can I not burp though? That would be great. Ushay refuses to give the date farm to me. That helping Vlachos says my deed of sale is false. He has to die, his family too. Make it seem an accident and will share in the farm's profit. For now, your men can settle in my country villa. Do not think to take advantage of my hospitality. If you aren't on my doorstep in Alexandria in 2 weeks' time, consider yourself a dead man. Sophronios.
Sophronius. Yet another man made butcher for the sake of wealth.
Tisk tisk. Well, good thing we intervened, I guess. I know I should... Oh my gosh, Chattanooga, stop sneezing. I hear you. I hear you over there sneezing. Alright, so I'm gonna go after these alligators real quick, because I need their skins. I need their pelts. And it's on the way. So, might as well, you know? Oh god, I don't want to take a photo. Please don't make me take a photo. I saw a couple more. Where'd they go? Nice. Okay. There's gotta be more, right? There we go. I'm just murdering everything. I just need one more. There's gotta be one more in the area, right? Oh! Well, what do you know? Wonderful. Gib. Huzzah. Alright, so there is one crocodile. Let's see if I can get, I think there's one out there. And then there's some leather over this way. So let's go grab that leather and handle that. This will allow us to hopefully upgrade our stuff. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. I do need 2 more of the... Oh, it just touched the ground and died. That's nice. Come here. Oh. I mean, I'll take that. Thank you, Sanu. Cool. I can't craft anything with that, but I appreciate it nonetheless. Ooh. There's a lot around here. But I have enough to craft, so... That's good. Nice. Okay. And let's get on with the quest, shall we? kind of wonder how this quest is gonna end up. Cause like, her dad was killed and all that stuff, but like this won't bring him back. Would this like stop them from continuing to pursue the property? Maybe. Like sometimes when it comes to these quests, I begin to question whether or not like it's really worth it. Like in the actual, if we're saying this is like the real world, right? Which it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be an analog for the real world. Would this actually fix anything? Oh, they're like running. Nice.
A pitiful end to a pitiful existence. I will tell Iras of this.
Nice. Okay. So I've got all of them done, which is great. I don't know why they were kind of like wandering around like that though. Lovely. So I've gotten all that quest done. The Odyssey. There just more just keep cropping up. There's so many. All right, so I think we have time for one more quest, and then after that we will raid out, I think. Because we are almost at time. We're like 10 minutes shy of time. So I think we've got enough time to do one more quest, and then we can raid out and raid somebody. And then I will be hard at work plotting out channel points and stuff like that. Because, again, I just reached affiliate, so I need to get that all squared away so that way we can boost engagement with stream and you guys can have a good time chilling out. Of course, I'm going to hold off on doing throw stuff, like throw related stuff. It's going to be planned for in the future, but for now I'm going to keep from doing that, but I will be setting up like sound alerts and stuff like that, like cute little things like that, because I think that would be cute and fun and just generally enjoyable. So yeah, that's kind of the plan.
Guards are everywhere. Buy therapies.
And also getting emotes set up.
What? Priest? But why are you on the street?
The guards discovered that I gave their food back to the people. Now they hunt me. I have a bounty on my head. Being a priest of light is a dark job in this filthy city.
I can get you out of Alexandria, priest, if you like. But I cannot keep you safe forever.
I ask too much of you, Medjay. There is a small temple north of here that will take me in. The Phylakitai will be watching the roads, Medjay. We must leave by the canal. There should be boats there.
Okay.
I will spew arrows on any who get in our way. Be like a moon, priest. Perhaps we can...
I better track this quest.
Sneak you out without the guards knowing.
I have to keep sorting it by, like, level. Alright, canal over this way. I'm really excited. I'm honestly excited too. I think it's gonna be great. I'm really happy that I've reached affiliate. Because of all the, mostly because of the channel perks, like the interactive stuff, the emotes, the, you know, stream commands, all of that fun stuff. It's gonna be really great. It's going to be wonderful, and also Kitty has said you'll be able to interact more.
Hide, priest. I will take care of these guards. Ha! You call that a swing? Come at me!
I can take him down!
I'm here!
Nice. I don't like the sound you're making.
I've never seen blood before in such quantities. The Devourer and Upper must be smiling. And the smell, the stench.
You get used to it.
Truly?
No.
Yeah, I am okay. So like,
it is rare that priests are called upon to serve the people. And now I suffer for it.
You are to serve the gods, priest, not the people.
But is that enough? The gods have wants, needs, but so too do the people who walk the land.
I fear that is a question best left for others to answer.
What were we saying?
I'm just gonna run. Sometimes the little mini quests in this game are hard to focus on, but while I am here and listen, I kind of think of how the channel is going to grow in the next few days. Yeah, it'll probably grow quite a bit, actually. Excuse me. Just with everything coming into being. Yeah, it'll probably grow a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm still surprised you didn't think you'd get this far. Yeah, I didn't expect to get this far because, well, it's not something I anticipated.
This is where you and I part, Magi. I'm a priest.
It isn't Ardu, but you're happy. Yeah, I'm happy. I'm pleased. I'm very... I didn't think I'd get this far because to me, I'm nothing special. Like, I'm glad people think I'm special and that they think I'm entertaining and enjoyable to be around, but I don't view myself that way, you know? It's like such a strong disconnect and departure from what I know about myself, you know? And that's kind of where the vibe gets construed, you know? That's where things start to get a little bit more confusing for me. It's not like because I didn't think that, oh, eventually, it's more like I had this feeling in my head that it would happen. I just didn't think, one, it would happen so soon, and I didn't think it would happen the way it did. Because to be honest, like, the whole advancement thing, like, it just didn't seem like it would happen the way it did, you know? It's just really weird. Deafening silence. Alexandria is large and noisy, but one part is quiet, lonely, and surrounded by water. The fallen palm tree to where I lay, where land meets water. Interesting. Alright, so on that note, I think I'm gonna call it for now. So thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. It truly does mean the world and Underworld to me. It was lovely having you here. Thank you to all the new followers. Thank you to the raid that happened earlier, the raiders that showed up earlier. It was lovely having you guys, and I appreciate it so much. Tomorrow, I am doing a collab with Draconic, so if that's something you're interested in, please join. We're going to be playing Goose Goose Duck. Because of that, though, my Hyperlight stream is either canceled or it's going to happen earlier in the day. I haven't fully decided yet. So we might have some morning Hyperlight, or I might just like skip it for this week. I haven't fully decided yet. So we will have to wait and find out. So yeah, but on that note, with all that being said, thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. Thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting me. For those who don't know, who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, I reached affiliate today, literally 2 hours before starting the stream. I got the email from Twitch saying, hey, you leveled up to affiliate, fill out your paperwork. And so I'm waiting for the paperwork to be processed, and but otherwise I'm an affiliate. So that's really exciting. That's super wonderful. And so within the next couple of days, you will see a lot of updates to the channel. You'll see a lot more of a push towards my Discord server. And you'll see a lot more of the kind of overhauls that I've been hinting at and promising for a really long time. I do have something in the works, like a plan for a pretty massive celebration for my reaching affiliate. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you stay tuned to my Twitter and keep an eye on my Twitter to see where that'll go, because honestly, I'm really excited to be able to show you guys all the stuff that's coming up. Like, there's a lot of big stuff coming up within the next like couple of months. A lot of really interesting, really fascinating updates. A lot of updates that are visually appealing, a lot of updates that are like auditorily appealing. Overall, the stream in of itself is going to get like 10,000 times better within the next couple of months. And I am honestly so excited to be able to show you guys this, and moreover, to be able to continue down this path of my dream with you guys, because honestly, streaming, entertaining people, let me be very clear. Entertaining people has always been a dream of mine. I've always wanted to have a voice to be able to impact other people's lives in a way where they felt like they had hope and they could smile and just be able to feel like everything was going to be okay. And that's kind of what I've been pushing for with my streams, because when all throughout my life, I've been struggling with that hope aspect of things. With my disabilities, with my chronic illness, it's very difficult to not feel so lonely, to not feel so isolated, and moreover, to not feel like the world is falling apart. And so the thing that I've always wanted to do is to be able to entertain people and to remind them that regardless of what they're going through, whether or not they are also disabled like me, or if they are just struggling in the moment, that things will get better. And also to make wonderful memories with these people, with the people who I connect with in chat. And it's so nice, and I'm eternally grateful for everybody's support in pushing me through this milestone. It was only a couple months ago that I would only average 2 views a stream at that, and that was at most. And I was struggling to go above 30 followers, and now I'm sitting at 90, give or take, and I'm averaging 5 to 20 views a stream. And honestly, I can't be more proud of the community that I have created, especially seeing how you guys interact with my friends on Twitter, and just how you guys react to people when I send you guys over to different channels to raid. I honestly cannot be more grateful, thankful, and proud of what we have going here. Even if it's relatively small in the grand scheme of things, it's big to me. And so I am just so excited to be able to continue this journey with you guys and to continue making memories regardless of the highs and the lows. So with all that being said, tomorrow I'll be playing Goose Goose Duck with Draconic. I don't know if I'm going to stream during that time. I probably will, but we will see, because it's a browser game. So, not a browser game, but like a PC game, and if anybody knows anything, I stream via capture card, because it's easier on my PC. So we will see how well that goes. And yeah, with all that being said, see you guys tomorrow for Goose Goose Duck. If you want to see more Assassin's Creed Origins, I will be playing that game every Thursday. Yeah, every Thursday. Same time, same place. You guys know. So yeah. And I'm gonna send you guys over to a good friend of mine to read. Because he is doing a subathon, and I would love if you could give him some support. He's a sweetheart, an absolute lovely creator who helped push me over this milestone personally. So yeah, take care of each other, my shopties, and I'll see you next time. Sun up tea.
Now.